Our city attorney, and each member of our city staff for their ongoing work and countless hours spent. I want to thank each member of our city council for their leadership and their willingness to discuss these real issues that impact the lives of everyone. I want to thank our presenters and other nonprofit organizations in attendance. Most importantly, I want to thank all of you in our audience today, watching online, and those who speak and offer solutions. Together, constructively, we will make a successful plan. Tonight's general goals for our city council will include to prevent, reduce, and mitigate the negative impacts of homelessness on citizens, businesses, and city operations. Support and build capacity within the city and community to address homelessness. Support regulations and increase the safety of roadways and medians for pedestrians and motorists. Encourage collaboration among city departments, nonprofits, businesses, and residents to address homelessness. Retain and increase affordable housing supply. The city staff will document ideas, and we will devise a plan that will most definitely be adjusted in a long-term solution. So before we begin, we'll start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Mr. McEwen.
Councilmember LaRusso.
Present.
Councilmember Minus.
Here.
Councilmember Debbie Thomas.
Here.
Councilmember Hanley.
Here.
Councilmember Sanders.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tim Thomas.
Here.
Mayor Alfrey.
Here. Starting tonight, it will be the city council discussion, an overview on the homelessness statistics and our city efforts. Our city efforts is our city manager, Ms. Shannon Lewis. Ms. Lewis, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. I'd first like to start by describing the format of this evening's meeting. We'll begin with a staff presentation. We'll then introduce several of our key community members, partners, and ask that they provide City Council with a brief overview of their role and their mission. They'll also be here, many of which are sitting in the front row here, to answer any specific questions that may arise by Council this evening. And when we have an opportunity for that discussion, we'll make sure that City Council has an opportunity for discussion, that the public will be provided an opportunity for comment, and then we'll end by wrapping up with a request to establish goals that you've just mentioned, as well as some initial strategies to get us started. In addition to the standard minutes that are recorded, we'll also be documenting the ideas and suggestions that are presented by City Council and by members of the public this evening for further review and consideration. Finally, we'll be developing a web page for the purpose of keeping the general public informed about our actions and our efforts related to issues surrounding homelessness and panhandling. And the City of Melbourne, not unlike other cities throughout the state and the country, has experienced an increase in the homeless population, including the unsheltered and the chronically homeless. Because of this, over the past several years, the city has taken a stronger role in addressing the problem of homelessness within the community and has collaborated with multiple nonprofit partner agencies to build capacity and make the best use of limited resources and funding. So if we can move on to the first slide, Kevin, thank you. So every year, the Department of Housing and Urban Development provides a report on homelessness to Congress, the last of which was published in 2020. According to the report, for the fourth consecutive year, homelessness has increased nationwide. While the number of sheltered individuals remains largely the same, the number of unsheltered individuals increased by about 7%. The report indicated that more than half of the people experiencing homelessness are located in the four most populous states, which you can see are California, New York, Florida, and Texas. And Florida was reported to have 27,487 homeless individuals, or 5% of the nationwide homeless population. Overall, from 2019 to 2020, Florida saw a decrease of 3% in total homelessness, a decrease of 10% in chronic homelessness, and an increase of 1.5% in unsheltered homeless. And much of our discussion tonight will focus on the unsheltered homeless individuals within the city. During this same time period, the overall homeless population in Brevard County increased by 15%, from 815 individuals to 940 individuals. Although the total sheltered homeless population did decrease by about 12.5%, the unsheltered population increased by 45%, from 397 to 574 individuals. And the chronically homeless population also increased by 19%, from 206 to 243 individuals. It's likely that some of this increase can be attributed to low counts in 2019 due to inclement weather and fewer volunteers that year. And in 2020, 4 out of 10 homeless families with children in Brevard County were staying in a designated homeless shelter, which leaves 6 out of 10 unsheltered. Of the homeless population in Brevard County, 9 out of 10 were individual adults and 9 out of 10 were unsheltered. In Melbourne, a street-to-home partner-led homeless census count, which was a subset of the 2020 census, revealed that there was a 13% increase in the unsheltered homeless individuals in the City of Melbourne, from 234 to 264 individuals, that the average age of the homeless population in Melbourne is 50, 75% are male, 55% are disabled, and about a third were counted as homeless the previous year. So based upon these statistics, the increase in the unsheltered homeless in Melbourne is greater than the increase statewide, but less than the overall increase in the unsheltered homeless in Brevard County. And to put these numbers in a little bit better perspective, it's important to consider the time frame when talking about homeless estimates. And so the communities across the country, including Melbourne and Brevard County, report these estimates based on counting the number of homeless individuals over a 24-hour period. So Melbourne's 2020 unsheltered estimate is based on counting 264 individuals who were identified as sleeping outside on one single night in January of 2020. So studies have shown that this count is generally low for two reasons, and I want to thank Mr. Donald for helping me with some of these statistics here. First, not everyone who is homeless during this 24-hour period will be counted. Despite the best efforts of the volunteers and social service agencies, it is true that some individuals will be missed. Additionally, it does not count those individuals who may have been homeless earlier in the year or who may become homeless later in the year. It's just for that 24-hour point in time count. And I know that Mr. Donald will be speaking to you later, as well as our other community partners, and may be able to provide additional detail and understanding of what those statistics mean and what they look like here in the City of Melbourne, and also respond to any specific questions that may arise. So statistics show that the homeless population has continued to rise, despite the fact that the city, along with a multitude of our community partners, has been putting in more effort and resources than we have in the past to help alleviate the problem. The number of citizen and business complaints regarding the homeless camps, and panhandling has increased over the past year, particularly after the COVID-19 pandemic began. Specific complaints that we've received include an increase in inappropriate verbal interactions, unsanitary conditions left behind, drug paraphernalia left behind, homeless camps, trespassing, panhandling, and an increase in crimes associated with homeless individuals and camps. City departments have also been impacted. The Parks and Recreation Department has had to make structural changes to facilities at parks, such as changing out solid dugouts to reduce locations where individuals can hide from sight and have taken part in undesirable activities. They've also had to increase the cleaning that's occurred in city parks and city facilities and restrooms. The police department has had to take on additional responsibilities for organizing the city's efforts in outreach. Their calls for service have been greatly impacted by complaints due to negative interactions with some of the homeless camps, panhandling, and more. This has limited their ability to address other quality of life issues within the city. My office, the city attorney's office, community development department, code enforcement staff have also been impacted and have been highly involved in addressing the issues that we faced and in trying to collaborate to look for possible solutions. We do have an opportunity to reclassify a current vacant position that's in the city manager's office. It's an authorized position, but has been left vacant. In order to create a community outreach liaison. If created, this position would be responsible for coordinating efforts among the city departments, the non-for-profits, the business community, and our residents in an effort to reduce homelessness, as well as to assist with other community and neighborhood issues. In order to identify and address the root causes of homelessness and respond to citizen and business needs, the city has implemented a number of initiatives this past year. Those will be further explained in the presentations that will be coming forth. But just to summarize, the city has continued to fund $50,000 annually towards Steadytown for case management services in Melbourne. This is to help the chronically homeless within Melbourne with case management. The city has hosted homelessness stakeholder meetings, partnership meetings with Steadytown, with Daily Bread, South Brevard Sharing Center, Volunteers of America, Brevard Homeless Coalition, and many other partners that have been at those meetings. And many of them will have an opportunity to address you this evening as well. The Melbourne Police Department has created the Better program. And they'll describe that later on, but that focuses on subcommittees that are dedicated to areas such as benevolence, education, housing, enforcement, technology. And in addition, the city has funded and established a mortgage and utility and rental assistance program, and also created and funded the Bridge Housing Program with CARES Act funding to develop this bridge temporary housing program to move homeless individuals into temporary housing as our partner agencies work to assist permanent housing. With that brief overview, I'd like to ask Community Development Director Cindy Dittmer to come forward, and we'll first be providing an update on affordable housing and housing programs within the City of Melbourne.
Thank you, Ms. Dittmer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I wanted to just begin with just highlighting a few of the things that the city has been doing regarding homeless efforts over the last few years. Since 2016, we've had a great partnership with Steady Town, where we've provided the $50,000 a year for a case manager that's been able to do outreach services for us within the City of Melbourne. During that time frame, Steady Town has been able to assist over 452 people into a permanent housing situation in that time frame, and that's a tremendous number over that 5-year period. This partnership with City Town led to the creation of the Bridge Housing Program that we started this past year. It also brought some new partners to the table, Daily Bread and the Brevard Homeless Coalition, in putting that together. I'll speak about that in the next slide, but I also wanted to mention a few of the other things that we've done recently. We did fund this past year the renovation of 2 transitional units at the South Brevard Women's Center here in Melbourne. Those units are utilized for women that are homeless, that are in need of a housing situation. We've also been running the city's rental, mortgage, and utilities assistance program since September of 2020. We look at this as a homeless prevention program because many of the people that have come through that program were definitely threatened with homelessness, and that program has definitely helped to keep them off the streets. And we've assisted over 115 households with that program since the beginning of September. The Bridge Housing Program has been a great program. We've been able to assist approximately 50 households, getting them into a temporary housing situation. And that temporary situation has been in a type of a hotel overnight or for a length of time. And then they've transitioned by the end of December of 2020, we had actually housed 20 of those households into permanent housing. And now that program, our funding source ended at the end of the year. They have continued to house some of those in the permanent housing situation. So that number is, there's been another 15 or 20 so households that have continued through 2021 in getting housed. What we're working on is a way to fund that program again this year so that we can ramp up that temporary housing component again. And we're looking at the ability of our CDBG CV3 funds that are available. We'll be coming back to council here in the next 2 months, probably in June, with that proposal that'll get that program back up and running and pulling people off the streets and getting them into the temporary housing again. And again, the Bridge Housing Program was a tremendous partnership with our partners here, and it's been a very successful program. I want to shift a little bit and talk about some of the obstacles that we've run into over the last 5 years. And primarily, that's really the lack of affordable housing that's available in our community. There's a handful of different reasons why, but particularly the last 5 years, our real estate and property values have gone up. That's driven up the rental values. We've also had a sharp decrease in our SHIP funding that's come from the state of Florida those years. During the last few years, we were eligible for $1 million in SHIP funding, and we got far less than that. And a year like this year, we didn't get any of that. And all of that kind of funding is what we would be targeting to go towards new affordable housing units becoming available. I did want to mention there are 3 projects that'll address the bringing affordable units to the city that are underway. Heritage Park should be opening up here in the very near future. That project is off of Grant Street. The Melbourne Housing Authority Palms at University project is not underway yet, but that'll be on the south side of University. And then St. Stephen's Way is another project that's been approved that's going to focus on homeless families. And that project is just finishing up approvals here at the city. So those will help a lot when they do come online. There are a lot of other things we've done over the years as a city to incentivize affordable housing. We have lessened some of the development standards for developing affordable housing. We've, a few years ago, added an accessory dwelling allowance to try to allow an additional dwelling unit to be constructed on single-family lots. We have an expedited review process for affordable housing. And then in 2019, we also brought forth a deferral of our impact fees, a program that's available for affordable housing. Overall, a single family unit is a little over $7,500 in impact fees for the city. So those fees can be waived, and a multifamily unit's a little over about $5,500 for a typical 2-bedroom home. So those impact fees can be waived, waived, but deferred for a time-specific time frame for the affordability period of these projects. We've been talking recently at our staff level about what we can do more of to incentivize affordable housing. It's been a topic that I know City Council's talked about and we've talked about. The Affordable Housing Committee right now is doing their annual review of our incentives that we have on the table. And so we're going to, in the next few months, be talking with them more about some additional ideas that we have. Some of those would be things such as a density bonus, so that if a developer is going to build an affordable housing project, they may be able to gain additional units above what might be allowed for the future land use of that if they're developing affordable housing. There's some additional areas in some of our setback requirements that over time we've seen could maybe hinder the development of affordable housing. So we're going to look at that. Also exploring the idea of allowing smaller square footage units for single family homes, particularly on existing platted lots within the city. And then there's also some areas where we're going to review parking and garage requirements for residential development to see if there's some additional leeway in some of those areas. So wanted to let council know, what we have worked on and what we're continuing to work on regarding homelessness and the ability to create more affordable housing within the city. And I think we'll turn it over to the chief for the next slides.
Thank you, Ms. Dittmer. Chief Gillespie, hello, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Dave Gillespie, Chief of Police, City of Melbourne. As we discuss the homeless initiative and the homeless topic here tonight, it's important for us to remember there's a variety of reasons why people fall into this category. There's job loss, drugs and alcohol, eviction, mental health issues. We have a lot of veterans in our community. We have people that fall on hard times. We also have to understand that this is not necessarily a criminal justice issue. It's a public health issue. And so when we tackle this, we do it in a compassionate way for people that are in a circumstance that they really may not want to be into many times. And so we as police are focusing on behavior, not on status. But we cannot ignore the needs of our homeless population. And there is a lack of basic needs such as food and shelter. There's a need for mental health and substance abuse, trauma and violence. We have domestic violence. We have justice system involvement for a variety of different crimes, which I'll talk about. We have sudden and serious illness, and then COVID really has had people fall on tough times to be in a situation that they didn't think they'd find themselves in. I also, when we talk about the homeless, there's two items that I'd like to highlight. One is homeless and encampments. And the encampments involve people in the woods, they have tents, they have different communities, and some people have resided there for many years. We also have public and private property encampments. So those create different challenges for us because private property is different than public property, and people have a right to be on public property. The other part of the homeless challenges that we have is the community use locations. And that I'm referring to as the parks, the libraries, shopping centers, and schools or proximity to schools where children are walking to and from their homes to schools. And as a result of this, we look at what is the negative impact of homelessness on the city. There's a number of different related crimes. I'm not going to state each one, but it goes from a homicide to disorderly conduct and pretty much everything in between. And those are the challenges that we face when we're looking at the behavior and the consequence of people that are in this circumstance. And then the community impacts are tremendous. The community impacts at our parks, at our libraries, the feedback that we get from our businesses, the impact that it has on people when they go to open the front doors, and things that people are on the benches, people are on the sidewalks, people are in the little alcoves, and then you combine that with aggressive or erratic behavior and mental health, and it's very intimidating for our community. And then we have seen an increase in community complaints from our community regarding the negative impact of homelessness on all of the things from schools to the community to parks. We've heard it here in council. We've had people come to council and complain. I know all of you receive complaints from your constituents, as does the city manager and myself on a regular basis. And I think that, it's important when we talk about how do we carry out this initiative to address the challenges of homelessness. And it's tough because we're trying to find the balance of doing the right thing and doing it in a way that's going to clean the city up, but also address the needs that these folks have. So at this time, I would say that it is estimated there are upwards of 250 homeless individuals in the city. The biggest right now concentration that we're struggling with is in the downtown or greater downtown area. And the number of homeless individuals located in the area as Neiman Forest, that's up around Apollo, Babcock, and Sarno, has been significantly reduced to about 9 people. We know that was upwards of 30 plus people. We worked with the airport police department and our nonprofits, and we went and walked that area, gave people notice prior to making changes and asking them to relocate, really went out and tried to help them find other places so that they could have somewhere to go, as opposed to just, rampantly just displacing these folks. And so we've also worked with a concerted effort with private property owners, and private property owners have spent quite a bit of money trying to clean up their property where they didn't even know that there were people sometimes that were living on their own property, and then they have to clean up, and it's a lot of trash, and it's very expensive. And I would say that it's estimated that approximately 20% of our daily calls for service are directly related to address homelessness and or associated quality of life issues. That number varies a little bit. Sometimes it's up at 30%, but we've been monitoring it since last November. This map just shows you a very quick snapshot of some of the homeless camps that we have. It's kind of hard to see from your seats, but just try to give you a quick snapshot of where some of these homeless camps are in and around the downtown Melbourne area. So as a result of the things that we've been dealing with and the information we've been getting from our community, we came up with an acronym, which is BETTER. And I give Commander Carafano the credit to this because we were really brainstorming as to what can we do to make changes. And so BETTER stands for Benevolence, Educate, Technology, Transient, Enforcement, and Residents. And these are all subcommittees, 6 subcommittees with specific goals and objectives to assist us, the city, with growing transient homeless issues. And each subcommittee has a team leader that will direct their respective team towards problem-solving methods and report back the progress at each meeting. So this is us working together with the city, with our nonprofits that are out there, and putting ourselves together so that we can make a difference in a positive way for our homeless. And so one of the things when we talk about education, these are some of the things that other places and cities have done. It's kind of like put a hand out instead of a hand up instead of a hand out. And that I'll talk a little bit about panhandling and the impact that has, which is a different issue than homelessness. But as you can see, part of the education campaign is to let people know the impact that giving may have. So again, just to finish it out, I'm not going to go through each one of these, but the goal is that we're working together with a public-private partnership to make a difference with each of these subcommittees to positively impact the individuals, and the city. So we started the Better Initiative in November of last year, and I want to thank the Daily Bread, Streets to Home, the South Brevard Sharing Center, the Brevard Homeless Coalition, and there are others. And the outreach services that we have done and offered service through community partners to assist those that are homeless with attaining affordable housing, needed medical attention, personal supplies, and mental health services. And as we initiated these, also initiated enforcement efforts, both day and night, to address a multitude of issues that we experience and we get complaints of from our community. And so through these enforcement efforts, which have been going on since November, we have done as a police department 1,578 location checks in the early morning hours from our patrol officers. And we assign them duties every day. So right now we're going into the parks to make sure that we want to make sure people can utilize the services that are available to them and feel safe to do so. We've issued 42 trespass warnings, done 9 field interviews, and made 7 arrests. So you could see we're not trying to arrest this problem away. 7 arrests, almost 1,600 checks. I would say would show that our commitment to being able to really just make a difference without making the arrest, although we will when need be done. MPD, again, has been doing these early morning checks at the city parks. We recently, and then downtown, because the businesses in the downtown area have complained as well. EGAD was recently added to the list for these patrol sweeps, and I think it's important that we continue this effort to be able to sustain this, this issue so that we don't have it come back. We've addressed the concerns of private property owners with regards to camps constructed on their property. We've had some people, again, that have spent quite a bit of money to really make a difference and make their area less attractive to set up camps. And people are sometimes very bold where they set them up. And so we've also conducted the outreach for people that have settled on city-owned property, and as well as privately owned property to assist them with their needed service. A couple other things that I think is important for the community and you, Mayor and Council, to know is that we also have trained our officers with crisis intervention training. It's important that we understand the mental health issues and the challenges so that we have hosted 2 40-hour courses to be able to train 30 employees from patrol, our community services division, and detectives, and the communications center, so that, and more classes on this issue are going to be held throughout the year. So we're going to continue to do that. We also have the partnership with Central Florida Cares, who has applied for a grant to help us fund a mobile response team, and that is to have clinicians and police officers going out in the community together. You hear about, well, we don't want police officers encountering these types of situations. Well, it's us working with clinicians, and it's done in other communities. And so we've applied for a grant. We're very hopeful that that will help us, or that it'll come through, because that will help us have a greater impact on our community. And then it will resolve us from having to respond with officers that are responding to calls. The next part, just the next 2 slides, and I'll pass it back to you, Mayor, is about panhandling. So we know panhandling is a little bit different issue than the homelessness. Not all panhandlers are homeless. We know that. And so we also know that panhandling has become an issue in our community. We get a number of complaints. It's a safety issue because some of the people are stopping in traffic, the vehicles, people are walking into traffic. And this is where that education campaign comes in that was up there earlier about putting a hand up and not a hand out, and maybe having other areas where people could potentially donate to and put their money to good use and keep traffic flowing. It's just unsafe at certain locations. There's no protective barriers between the panhandler and traffic. Some of these medians are very narrow, and there's a lot of trash that's left on them as well. And the complaint that we get is it's intimidating for people that pull up to a stoplight and all of a sudden have somebody standing right next to their vehicle. They're now at a disadvantage, and it's intimidating to children and to people that are just there. They're kind of stopped. They're stuck. And that's not the situation they thought they were going to be in. And so handing money to somebody from a vehicle can be dangerous. It could disrupt the flow of traffic. And then again, right now with the COVID and the CDC guidelines, it's really not good practice to be handing stuff back and forth with COVID right now. And then the last slide just really depicts the top 10 intersections for panhandling in the city. This is over a 3-year period. So over 1,700 calls for service for panhandling at these 10 locations citywide for the last 3 years. And that doesn't include the aggressive panhandlers that we get in the downtown area or in front of businesses and things like that. So as you can see, there's a tremendous impact, not just on the city, on the police department. And we're trying to come up with ways to be able to mitigate that so that people do feel safe and that we are handling these problems and issues in a compassionate way, but in a way that's firm to make sure that people know and understand this community is for everybody and we all need to be able to utilize the parks. With that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. Council, before we move forward, did you have any questions or do you want to wait till the city council discussion for the chief and the city manager? And you guys like to wait? Okay. All right, then we'll move on to the introduction to our community partners, starting out with the Brevard Homeless Coalition with Amber. Amber, if you would, just right up, come on up. Thank you. Thank you for coming, Amber.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Amber Carroll, and I am the Executive Director for the Brevard Homeless Coalition. Thank you for having me here tonight. I know our mission here is to tell you who we are, what our mission is, and how we are going to help partner with the City of Melbourne. So the Brevard Homeless Coalition is the lead agency for the continuum of care in Brevard County. So we serve the whole county. And I was encouraged to hear you start out by saying we know that this is not just an issue with the City of Melbourne, that this is countywide. And so that is my role as representing the continuum of care tonight. We have over 70 plus agencies who work together in partnership and collaboration to address this issue throughout the county. Our mission is to prevent and end homelessness in our county. And we know that we can't do that siloed, that we need to do that in partnership and together as we look across the different cities in our community. Our goals that we have is that we believe we are called to lead and collaborate and engage. So we lead the way in partnering with people, stakeholders who are all concerned with the same topics on ending homelessness. We have access to federal and state funding and use those funds to leverage relationships and partnerships within the cities and in our county. And so with the upcoming CARES money, we're going to have an additional $4 million coming into our county to find ways to collaborate and come up with strategy to address the issues that we're going to hear about tonight. And so I want you to know that we are committed to working together in this. I believe that the City of Melbourne is leading the way. We are, I'm invited and participate in stakeholder meetings throughout the county from Palm Bay to Titusville to Melbourne. And I can say that you've done a great job here. And it is a model that I believe we can all learn from throughout our county. I want you to also hear me say that we are committed to coming up with strategic alignment throughout the county to make sure that we are communicating, that we're sharing resources so that we don't say, hey, Melbourne's awesome, send everyone there. Let's actually come up with a plan to expand the capacity in each of our cities so that we can spread out the services so people can receive care in the different areas in the county where they reside. And so all of that work is done through a whole host of people, and you're going to hear tonight from some incredible agencies who are working in Melbourne. And so thank you for letting us be here, and we look forward to partnering together in the future.
Thank you, Amber. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next community partner would be Steady Town Street to Home. Keith Donald. How you doing, Keith?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Keith Donald, 4655 Little Gray Lane. I'd like to share a little bit about my role in helping address homelessness in Melbourne and highlight 3 things: mission, partnership, and challenges. My wife Carrie and I have a private foundation called Steadytown. Our mission is to advance progress on pressing community issues and to be a catalyst for positive change with a focus on homelessness, affordable housing, and neighborhood economic development. In that role, I've served as a partner with the city on homelessness issues since 2016, and I've been working on homelessness as an issue in various capacities locally since 2013. On the topic of homelessness, I'd like to first talk about mission. Our mission together, as I see it, and that I share with communities across the state and the country that are facing similar challenges, is to come together as a community to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. So we want to prevent it whenever we can, but when it does occur, we want to address it quickly, especially when it involves people living and dying in the woods and on the streets of our city. Homelessness as an issue is very complex. It's not any one person or agency is going to solve it alone. It truly takes a community, and every one of us can contribute to the solution in some way. Regarding partnership, 5 years ago, Melbourne Main Street and my foundation came together with local nonprofits to develop capacity for more directly addressing homelessness within the City of Melbourne, doing so in a way that is a permanent solution through housing with wraparound supports so people do not return to homelessness. Because of this partnership and the city's support of it, today agencies like the Daily Bread, like the South Brevard Sharing Center, are no longer just soup kitchens or food pantries, but they staff small teams of professionals focused on helping people move forward with getting off the street and reintegrating into the community. When talking about challenges, does this mean everything is fine and we're done? Absolutely not. The reason we're all here today is because homelessness is on the rise in our city and across Brevard. Government and the nonprofits are struggling to change the trajectory despite their best efforts. Business is frustrated. People ask me, when are we going to start closing the gap? They also say to me, and even if we succeed, won't that just attract more homeless people to our area? I'd like to address those 2 points specifically. Now is the time for action. There's never been more resources available to bring to bear to work together on this problem. We saw it begin last year with the CARES Act, which made $80 million of homeless assistance funding available to the state of Florida. $4 million, Amber mentioned, of which has or is passing through to Brevard County. It's continued with the Rescue Act, which has awarded an additional $4.5 million to Brevard and made $70 million available at the state level. Locally, that's over $8 million to invest in making a direct impact over the next several years on this issue. As a point of comparison, generally no more than $900,000 annually comes into Brevard for direct homelessness assistance. So we will change the trajectory by investing that money wisely and seeing it multiply on permanent and sustainable solutions to the problem. On the subject of homeless migration, here's what I'd say about that. Homelessness is largely an urban issue everywhere you go. 6 out of 10 people living on the street are doing so in an urban area. When people become homeless in suburban areas, they can migrate to urban areas. Studies have shown this, and we've seen some of this happening here. It's important to understand that homelessness is a regional problem, not a Melbourne problem alone, and I agree with you as well, Mayor Alfrey. It's not a Melbourne problem alone. It's not a Palm Bay problem alone or a Cocoa problem alone. It will take strong regional coordination to ensure that we have the solutions that work and are reliable across our entire region. People should be able to get the help they need in their own community. Nobody in Palm Bay wants to feel like they have to send their people all the way to the Daily Bread in Melbourne to get help. That's not good for the people involved. It's not good for the Daily Bread or our community. We've got to tackle this problem together as a region. Those are some of my initial comments, and I'll be available with my colleagues for questions as we continue the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. Next up is Daily Bread, Jeff News. How you doing, sir?
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with you and to help, as you said, Mayor, find solutions together. I'd like to make 3 points about the transformation of Daily Bread, how we're trying to mitigate any negative impacts and work on our communication. So transformation, mitigation, and communication. So I came to Daily Bread 2.5 years ago. And shortly after I arrived, we worked with a local artist named Christopher Maslow, who's doing beautiful murals around our city. And he painted a beautiful one in the entryway to Daily Bread. And the word that he picked out from what we do there is the word love. Now, it's a big challenge to paint the word love in big, bold letters on the wall, but it's been a challenge that we've taken to heart. And when you love somebody who's hungry, you help them get food. When you love somebody who's homeless, you don't just let them stay homeless, you help them move forward into housing. So we've transformed at Daily Bread. We don't measure our impact now by the number of meals that we've served. We measure our impact by the number of people we've helped get off the streets into housing. So in 2019, that was 100 people. Last year was 122. This year, our goal is 150. Now, what has made this possible was not just trying harder, but shifting our priorities with our budget, with our personnel. 2 years ago, I hired one person to focus on housing issues. Since then, we've expanded that housing services program to 7 people by reordering some of our income and finding new sources of income. So that has allowed us to do the hard work that it takes to make that transformation from the street to a place to live and permanent stable housing and be a wider part of this community. So mitigation. We are a business in this community. We're a nonprofit business, but we're a business, and we feel the impact of negative impacts in our community, and we want to mitigate any negative impacts that come from our presence in this community. A couple of those impacts can be the trash that can be part of the neighborhood. And I know we've had a to-go meal policy due to the pandemic, and that has contributed to the trash in the neighborhood, and we regret that, and we are happy to be phasing out now our to-go meal policy and reopening our dining hall in the coming weeks. That should help. But you should know that it's our clients that have been speaking up about it, and some of our staff that want to develop teams to go around the neighborhood to help in a regular cleanup patrol. So we want to make a difference there. We've added new cameras to the Daily Bread so that we can see what's happening after hours and overnight. We're committed to what we call our good neighbor policy, that it's not just about not creating disturbances when somebody's at our property, but that we're going to be a part of the neighborhood, and that what happens around the neighborhood will impact what people receive and participate in at Daily Bread. Communication is key to our success. We've had good communication with the city, with the police, with local businesses. My ears are always open to hearing concerns and hearing ideas. Last year, when we started the Bridge Housing Initiative, we met with police and business officials through the Melbourne Main Street organization, and we looked at high impact interventions that could make a difference in the downtown area. We identified 5 people that whose homelessness was particularly disturbing to the people around them and to them. Maybe they were dealing with substance abuse issues or mental health issues that were particularly disturbing. 4 out of 5 of those people we helped get off the streets and are now in a place to live. And the 5th one we met with yesterday. We're still working with him. He's a tough case, but we're still working with him. Last week I visited one of those high impact intervention recipients, and had a beer with him at his new place. So nice to see him settling in. It's better for him. It's better for our community. Now, this isn't easy work, and I don't want to give any kind of false impression that don't worry, it's taken care of. We're working hard at this, but we really know that more needs to be done. As Keith said, the time is now to really make an impact, and I want you to know about the growth in Daily Bread and the transformation there so that you know that we're ready to help make that impact. 2 years ago, we wouldn't be as ready. Now, with the funds that are becoming available, the possibilities, the partnerships that are building, we can do more. We can make more of an impact. It'll happen when this community comes together, communicating, partnering to make that difference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff.
Moving on to the next presenter, South Brevard Sharon Center, Tara. Hello, Tara.
Mayor and Council, thank you. The South Brevard Sharing Center is celebrating 50 years in the City of Melbourne this year. We started as a small food pantry from a few ladies from Our Lady of Lourdes Church. They were serving the folks in the community that they felt were in need. We've since expanded over the years to provide the services that the folks in the community were needing. And over the past few years, we've provided services for those that were experiencing homelessness or were on the verge of experiencing homelessness. So we provide prevention services. Folks can come to us if they need rental assistance, utility assistance. They also can come to us for diversion. So if they're having issues with their landlord, if they're having issues with their neighbor, we have a diversion specialist that can help walk them through. She can help troubleshoot, she can problem solve with them to try and keep them out of the homelessness system. Once they get into the system, it's a lot harder for us to help them get out of that system. So she works with them to try and get them back and get them more stable or get them on a different path to keep them out. We do have case managers that work with folks that are a little bit on the less acute side. We like to partner with as many community partners as we possibly can. We have also, because of everything that's been going on with the housing crisis and so many folks facing eviction, we've been reaching out and trying to pull in as much funding as we can through COVID funds. And we've been trying to work with as many partners as we can as far as the city, with the police department, and being part of the Better Initiative to educate the public. We're always trying to work with as many resources as we can. We're a drop-in center as far as community resources. So folks will come to us if they need to apply for a birth certificate or a social security card, if they need help looking for a job, if they need help applying for social security. They come to us for a lot of different reasons. So it might not just be homelessness that is the issue that they're coming to us for. They might come to us just for a bag of food, but once they start talking and they start getting into what the issues are, food was what brought them in, but then we find out what all of the other issues are, and then they can sit with somebody. And once they get comfortable and they can start talking about what all the other issues are, then we can start getting to the root cause and start finding out what we can do to help them solve some of those other issues. So being able to be a partner with the Brevard Homeless Coalition and some of the other agencies in the community allows us to be able to partner doing outreach and being able to work with the police department and the city to be able to find those resources and help connect folks with the different things that are in the community. Right now, we're currently working anywhere between 200 and 300 calls a month of folks that are looking for assistance. That's rent, that's utilities, that's people saying that they're getting evicted. No matter how much money we pay their landlord, some of them are $10,000 in the hole with their rent. We can't pay $10,000, even if we connect with other resources that have funds, we just can't help them. So we're helping them get out of the place that they're in, but we're also then trying to find other housing for them. It's better if we can avoid an eviction because landlords don't want to rent to somebody that has an eviction. So then we're also helping them look for different landlords and then trying to find funds because then the next landlord's looking for a double deposit. So there's a lot of different issues that surround housing, not just somebody that's homeless, but then keeping them out of that issue as well. So we're on more of the front end of it, but we're trying to keep them from going into the system as well as working with them once they get there, because sometimes it's a matter of them coming to us too late. So we try to work with them at any angle that they come to us on. They can come to us at any point. So whatever the resources are that they do need, those are the resources that we're looking to provide to them. And our agency is working on the education side because we do provide community resources. So that's the side that we're working with the Better Initiative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next, Volunteers of America, Michelle. Hello, Michelle.
So Volunteers of America is the largest provider of services in Brevard County for homeless veterans. We have an 80-bed transitional facility, as well as we get about $1.5 million a year to help with homeless prevention and rapid rehousing. So I cover the entire county. And so just since January, we have served over 35 veterans and veterans with families just in the Melbourne area, which is homeless prevention, or it could be they are homeless and getting them into housing. Of those 30, 15 are right now in hotels. They were able to use COVID funds that they had received from the Veterans Administration. And some of them have been in a hotel for over a year. Because at times it was hard to get them into permanent housing because of the COVID issue, but now things are starting to move. We average about 25 to 30 veterans a year in our transitional housing program just from the Melbourne area. So we are working with them. I go to Daily Bread and meet with veterans there, as well as partner with the City of Melbourne PD on outreach to any veteran and any veteran issues that they have. But since then, over the last year, Volunteers of America has expanded outside of the veteran services, and we have taken on several other projects. One has been the housing pilot project with Medicaid providers. So we are contracted with Staywell and with Magellan to provide housing services, housing stability services for homeless, as well as those at risk of homeless. And that is all case management focused, and there is some initiative money involved where it could help with maybe keeping them there or deposits. Most of those that I work with that have the Staywell are high acuity cases. We're talking about bipolar, schizophrenic. Of the 19 that I'm serving right now, 17 are from Melbourne. And of those 17, 12 are in permanent housing. So it is working, but it is a process, especially when you're dealing with mental illness. We've also taken on a grant contract with Central Florida Cares, where we are now doing case management with those with substance abuse issues once they're in housing. So we have been working with Daily Bread, South Brevard Sharing Center, and some of the other agencies who may not be equipped to work with some of the higher acuity cases. So we are now working with those that have substance abuse issues as well to make sure that they remain stable and in housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That will conclude the community partners, the introduction to community partners. We'll move forward to city council discussion and ideas. I'm going to go ahead and open up the council. Council?
Mayor?
Mr. LaRusso, go ahead.
I'd like to hear some of your thoughts. You brought this to the forefront. Was your priority in your campaign to running for mayor?
Mhm.
I'd love to hear you lead off.
Okay, well, thank you. I'll go ahead and lead then. Well, first off, when I look at the city, I see that we have a lot of great partners, and many people don't know our partners. I was kind of shocked to hear many people wasn't aware of Steadytown and the work that they did. And it was very discouraging to me knowing that our great partners, they're struggling for nonprofit money, and they're turning $1 into $10, and they're helping those in need. This is definitely a touchy subject. I talked to many mayors, and many mayors says, why would you even touch this subject? But I will tell you this, I didn't get elected here to be that kind of person. We have real challenges in this community, and we all have to work together. And I mean everybody, from the business owners to our partners to the homeless, that we all have to live in the community together and work together and respect one another and one another's property. In doing that, it's part of us as government to set rules and boundaries and to have enforcement. So that's where I'm at. Our staff is going to put up some notes as we go through it, some ideas. This is not just me. I can't solve this issue alone, and would I not even try. I need input from the council, and I actually need input from the community. I am sorry there's been some misinformation that, this is an attack on homelessness. That's a shame, because really homelessness has affected my family. Drug addiction has affected my family, and I'm not going to be ashamed that I had a cousin that OD'd last week and passed away. I'm sorry to hear that, and I feel really bad inside. But this is why I'm in this chair, to bring everybody get together and move forward and try to make Melbourne the best place to live and raise our families. So that's why we're here. I'll go ahead with you, Mr. Russo. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the lead-in. I've been taking a bunch of notes here during the course of the conversation. I may not get to every place I want to be, but it'll spur more conversation. So we have 16 cities in the county. Is that correct? And we have a county. And so, as we've heard before, that this is not a Melbourne challenge. It's a city and county challenge. So I'll say out loud, I welcome all the mayors and the county commission to please join in with us, because Mayor Alfrey has taken a lead on this. And so here we are. But we need everybody else's help. I want to define homeless versus panhandling, because I'm sure that half the people that are here are concerned about panhandling, and the other half that are here are concerned about homelessness. So that's one other area I'd like to talk about. What programs are available to the city? How many are available to the city? And how much money is available to the city? Now, can we take those dollars and take those programs and push them out to the cities and to the county? I'd like to understand that as well too, moving forward. Again, I spoke with our city manager and city attorney yesterday, and I was convinced that aggressive panhandling that you can't do it. But I've heard that the law has been changed. So I don't know the definition between aggressive panhandling and panhandling. I think the biggest concern I have right now, and I'll just push it off to my other council members, is that we've witnessed a number of homeless panhandlers that are utilizing their children to solicit funds, and also service dogs of sorts. I'm concerned about the children. Now, we're going to probably talk about people moving into the right of way and the street and everything else. And well, that's where I think my biggest concern is right now. How do we protect the children? Because we cannot tell anybody how to raise their children, but we certainly can help them not to abuse their children. So
Okay.
I'll leave it there. I think I've thrown enough on the table, and I'm certainly not shy. I'll come back and talk again.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Russo. Vice Mayor Thomas?
Yeah, I think the first thing that turn my mic on. I think the thing that I heard tonight, first off, that I think we need to address is I definitely think the city manager needs to have the latitude to have a community outreach liaison. You look at all the agencies that are here tonight. There's got to be somebody in the city office that can coordinate and liaison with these folks and crosstalk. And this is a meeting truly that we need to have at least once a year, because the situation on the ground is fluid. Situation is going to change as far as what's going on in the world. The demographic as far as who needs help might change. And so this is something that we consistently have to keep our finger on the pulse on if we're going to have an impact. And then, the other thing I think about is all this information that we have as far as what each one of these agencies and these agency partners bring to the table. I mean, it's so much. And so there's got to be crosstalk between whoever that community outreach liaison is in these agencies. And that it can't be just an exchange of, well, hey, this is what we're doing in our department and this is what we're doing in this department. The information has to be focused so it's beneficial to each one of the groups that are there. And that's kind of the art and science of that. But that is a job definitely that could that could be passed to that community outreach liaison. And then the other thing, I've been doing a little bit of research, and I know the city of Sarasota has had tremendous impact on reducing their homeless numbers. They were up somewhere around 1,000 2 years ago. They're down, I think, below 400 now. And the way they've been doing it is through a process called community court. And so basically what happens is they have outreach teams in the city of Sarasota. They have a couple of city workers. They also have a couple of folks from the police department. They go out and they assist these people that need help. And they identify them. They get them, their information into their system. And then they offer them services, okay? And then what happens is if they go back and they find that they're panhandling or they're trespassing, then what they do is they summons them. And so then they go to community court. The community liaison is there. They have a judge that meets with the community liaison once a month with these folks that have been summoned. And then the liaison with the judge, they talk beforehand, and then they kind of come up with, what the offer is going to be to that person to try to fix their situation. And it could be, hey, you know what? You're going to get into a service contract and get the help that you need. Or the judge says, if you don't enter into the service contract, you're going to get, 3 or 4 days in jail or whatever the case may be. Again, that's worked out between and discussed between the liaison and the judge. And they've been able to do it once a month, and they've had great progress and really people taking charge of their own lives and taking responsibility. And instead of, getting the punitive action, they enter into these contracts. Now, obviously you have some that don't enter into the contracts and they end up spending some time in jail. But then, usually those folks either move away or they straighten up. And so, that's one of the things I'm very interested in. Now, there's another thing too that's going on here in Brevard County. So there's really no sense in reinventing the wheel. So I talked to the public defender. We kind of do something similar here in Brevard County. We have a veterans court, and then we have a mental health court. Okay, so obviously what happens is, and these courts meet once a month for veterans that get summons for whatever trouble that they're in. They go to the judge. And again, it's the same type of thing where the judge offers them a way out and a way to fix themselves, or there's some type of punitive action taken. The same would hold true with the mental health court for folks, that are trespassing, that might have some type of mental health issues. They go before the judge, and the same thing happens there. So I think there's kind of a framework that we have already in the county that we can build upon. Obviously, we know what we can do with veterans. We know what we can do with folks that have mental health issues. So then those that fall in between, what do? Is there some type of community court that we can go on and work with the public defender on to try to address those? And so I kind of think that's kind of, the direction I feel that we should go. But obviously that's going to, that depends on what my fellow council members want to do. But I pulled this quote from the American Bar Association. And I applaud Mayor Alfrey for taking a leadership role and wanting to do this, because this is tough. This is a tough job to try to address homelessness. Because as mentioned before, you're never going to stop it, but it's something that you just have to stay on top of, be proactive, keep your finger on the pulse. But this is what the American Bar Association says about homelessness. And they say it takes multidisciplinary strategies that include coordination among the criminal justice, health, social service, educational systems, and the community. And so I think that's, the real goal here. It's a collaborative effort. And I think law enforcement obviously plays a key role in this. And I think maybe through the community court, the community court method that's out there, that might be a way that we can address, the homelessness. So that's just my spiel.
Okay, Ms. Hanley.
Excuse me, but we're going to put them to court? If they're homeless and if they're out there being homeless and now we're going to go to court, who's going to pay for that? That's more dollars going out the door. Why don't we get to them before they get to court? Go out there and do something before they go to court. That's ridiculous. We're spending more money.
Well, and
They're spending more money going out there doing
Okay.
that. Let's get them before we get to court.
All right, thank you, Ms. Henley.
Well-
Vice Mayor?
And ma'am, if I may, that's one of the reasons why you have these liaison teams that go out first. Before anybody gets summons, they go out and try to help these people, try to get them the services that they need. But again, if they're reoccurring, they keep doing the same things over and over, they're not trying to help themselves despite the offers of services, then you know what? They get a summons and they go to court. You can't just keep this repetitive behavior over and over and expect to get
How are
results.
they
It's not going to happen.
if they
Ma'am, hold on.
if they don't have a
Ms.
car,
Hanley?
if they don't
Ms.
have a
Hanley?
car,
Ms. Hanley? Ms. Hanley? Hold on. Are you done, Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor, are you done?
Yeah, I'm finished.
Okay, City Attorney?
I just wanted to clarify one thing. I think there's a little confusion that the Sarasota model is not that the municipality creates the court system. The homeless court is a part of the court system that's handled by the 18th Judicial Circuit. So the idea is that if a person that is homeless is cited for certain crimes, they go to the court that kind of specializes in their issues. So you've heard of drug court, veterans court. The idea is that the judge is familiar with the types of issues that this classification of person or crime, how to help them succeed through the system so they don't auger in. So it's just like, it's a subset of our current court system.
So then you would more define it as a diversion program.
It can be, yes. Mhm.
Okay.
I
Okay.
just wondered
Ms.
how
Hanley,
they're
go
going to
ahead.
get to court. You know, if they're homeless, they don't have money, how are they going to get to court?
Okay, no clapping.
It's the idea that separate and apart from being homeless, a crime was committed.
Mhm.
So if there is an assault that involved a homeless person, they're not heard by the typical criminal court. They would go to homeless court, and that judge is a criminal court judge that focuses on addressing homeless people that commit those types of crimes. The crime is not being homeless.
Right.
And I'll actually elaborate on that for you, Ms. Hanley. That would keep the offender from going in front of a regular judge that really doesn't take an account of the situation they're in. So it would be more of a specialized judge to really actually put them back on a proper path, as opposed to just throwing them in the jail and completing the cycle. So that's what that would be. Okay. Anybody else? Ms. Sanders?
So first, I'm in awe at all the resources that we do have in this county and the city, and how you all are already working together. I do agree with the coming together as a city and having one person be on top of that umbrella to get all you guys together and talking and putting all that in one place. Because I'm a firm believer that it takes a village to raise a child. It takes a village to take care of this problem as well. And I think we're well on our way there in the beginning stages. We've come a long way. I like this idea of this committee, not only involving law enforcement, because the law enforcement can't do it all on their own either, as far as enforcing and things. I like the idea of possibly having a counselor go out and helping the law enforcement take not that law enforcement attitude with them. Everybody knows that I am so pro law enforcement with my family and stuff, but they have a job to do daily that's a little bit different than dealing with the homeless issue, unless, as we have stated, there's crimes being committed. Because I think those are two different things, two different aspects of what's going on here, as with the panhandling and the encampments as well. Everybody has a right to live outside if they want to. The problem is when it infringes on the rights of the other people around them as well. So we need to come up with some kind of happy median in making those two things kind of coincide together, and help for the rights of all of our citizens, not just the homeless, but everybody, and making sure everybody feels safe. Because at the end of the day, everybody wants to feel safe. So that's where I am.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sanders. Ms. Minus?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Mayor and council for getting together, to address this. It's very important for, I'll say, City of Melbourne is what I'm concerned about right now, but this is countywide. Brevard Homeless Coalition and the other great organizations here, I believe under Brevard Homeless Coalition, there are some 22 providers, if you will, where they work hand in hand with those providers to help our homeless, for those who want to be helped. Steadytown is doing a great job, doing an awesome job with our homeless and with the community, Volunteers of America, the Daily Bread. Everyone is just doing an outstanding job. And saying that, I like the community liaison proposal, and Brevard Homeless Coalition, the city manager, whomever can be the lead in this, but to work together as a unit to address this. And these are all professionals. I do believe that, and they're great minds. This is their profession. They're experts at this, that they can address this. So I like that community liaison. And I'm glad that you addressed Sarasota. That is my home. So yes, definitely like that. So you got to go there and see. That's the key. But definitely, I like that community liaison proposal on that. And being a member of Brevard Homeless Coalition, I do know what they do, and I'm proposing them. But whatever council agrees on, the mayor and council, then I'm all in to definitely address this. I will add, yesterday, it was very nervous for me where at US 1 and Strawbridge, where this, I assume, homeless person was getting funds from someone who, was giving them money in the middle of US 1. And thank God I put on brakes, because would have been reading about a city council member hitting a homeless person, and I definitely don't want that. Okay, that I know happened to me yesterday. So definitely we need to do something. And Mayor, again, would thank you for being the lead in this, and whatever we decide, I'm for.
Well, I will say also, Ms. Minus, thank you also as members of the Space Coast TPO. Unfortunately, the Melbourne area, Florida is number one in dangerous roads. I mean, there's no questions about that. The prior infrastructure is really not set on biking and walking. That's something that we hopefully can change. And our area is ranked number 4 overall in the dangerousness for pedestrians. I have worked with the city attorney about looking at other cities and stuff that we can keep our streets safe. And that one of them would be consider the safe use of roads and medians ordinance. And I would like council to look at this, and I'd like to have some discussion on this. And what this would do is it's in your ordinance, it's in your packet. It would be it would keep people from being in our medians unnecessarily, as well as being in the roadway and creating a transaction with a driver and a pedestrian. Now, I will say on the book, I like this ordinance because it protects our First Amendment right. You can stand out and hold a sign all day. That is fine. And also, at the end of the day, if you ever wanted to do something with the person, as long as you're not in the travel lane and you're off the road, I mean, really, that you have that right. But I think it's incumbent on us to keep our roads safe. And again, try to reduce the traffic crashes and really create more safer streets. So I'd like some discussion on council on the ordinance. Mr. LaRusso?
Thanks. Again, not shy. So to the partners who have presented this evening, I'd love to hear a after action report of what your 3 top challenges are. because I don't know them. You know, what's one, what's two, what's three. And anybody that knows me knows that I'm ABC. Then we move on, then we do another 1, 2, 3. The other thing I want to say is that this is a workshop. And the mayor has made it very clear that this is a breathing document. We are not making anything we're not moving forward with anything that cannot be adjusted or made better for our community. I'm sorry, I'm lost for words on that one. But I'm really concerned about I'm going to go back one more time to the child on the median in the panhandling. And I still want to make sure that we designate what's homeless and what's panhandling. Because I'll tell you, absolutely, there are more people here about panhandling and aggressive panhandling that we cannot do anything about because of First Amendment rights. And would never take those away from anybody. But how do we protect our citizens? How do we protect the public in general from being abused so to Mrs. Minus, Councilmember Minus' point, I was in the turning lane to go south from US 1 onto 192, Fifth Avenue, Strawberry, what do you want to call it? You know, so going south on 1. And there was a gentleman there who was yelling and screaming and up and down. And he stopped a number of cars in the middle of the street. Some stopped and kept on going. Some offered some things, however long the light is, 45 seconds, a minute 30. It was enlightening to watch that. It really was. So I just throw that out there for I have no answers.
Ms. Hanley?
I look at all you guys.
You done?
Please help.
Ms. Hanley?
We have panhandlers, and the people out here are dealing with homelessness. And the people that think when they're at the light and they're giving it's tax season, I'm a CPA, so I get to deal with everybody. And I lose my mind, everybody giving money to the panhandlers. And I'm like, if you're going to give money, Mr. Dave Donaldson, I just go, please, if you're going to give money and you want to give money to somebody, if you give him a dollar, he makes it $3. If you want to help somebody, you want to help the community, give it to him. He makes it $3. If you're going to give it to that person, what's he going to do with it? That's my biggest thing. When you're giving it to the person, so we're all in agreement. The panhandlers are one hand of our thing, and you people are here and you're dealing with the homelessness. And it's like, I almost wish that we put a sign and going, if you want to help the homelessness here on the corner on US 1 and O'Galley Boulevard, that seems to be the one. And going, if you want to help our homelessness, please give to Steady Town. I would love to see a sign there to that. Because if you want to help, I mean, that's where I think we need to put a sign up there for that. That, you know, I believe in helping everybody, but I think we do have the two different sides. It's the homelessness and the panhandling. And some of these people are almost gotten to be professional panhandlers around here. And there are two different, and the person being out there being a panhandler, they might need help, but us giving them $1 today is not going to help them tomorrow.
Ms. Hanley, I would absolutely agree with you on that one. As well as the only thing I would say is I don't know if I'd give it to Mr. Donaldson because we have other partners here, and unfortunately they all compete for the dollars.
I mean,
and I'm saying that in a lightning fashion, that they all work together, but it just goes to show of the limited dollars. And again, we have an amazing community, and you know. What I spoke with the city manager before, one thing that concerned me is most people didn't know what Steady Town did and all the work for all over the years. So as she had mentioned before, that's something that we need to put on our city website and that you can go and see the progress and what's being done. Because I think at the end of the day, that would help solve a lot of our problems. Because I'm sure like you and every other council member, we all feel the complaints of, you know, downtown business owners and property owners and really I'll answer his question why he's not here. But his question, how do you combat this? You put everything down on the list and you focus and you take one off at each time. And at the end of the month, at the end of the year, you'll notice that list is not so long. So that's how you have to take it one step at a time. But I agree with you, Ms. Hanley.
How about dealing with the homelessness? Some of these people have, how about dealing with AA? We don't have anybody from AA here. A lot of those people get exploited. We have AA. We don't have, what's the one for when the other one is what is it? NA.
Yep.
We don't have them. How come we need to have them in here to help with those? I'm not an alcoholic. I know other family members that are alcoholics. They can talk to them. I can't talk, and I've seen them talk. And he can talk to them, and they talk to him. We need to bring them into this conversation too, to deal with some of the homelessness people, because they can talk, and I've seen them. I have a family member that he talks to them, and I'm like, really, you talk to them like that? But we haven't brought them in here. We only dealt with this, and they need some other mental health issues and some counseling stuff. We need to bring that part in here, not just the whole, they need to get the mental health to bring the homelessness part together. If you don't have the mental health part, it's just going to be a revolving door here. So that's another issue with that part.
Thank you, Ms. Hanley. Next, real quick, Ms. Sanders, she went ask first. Ms. Hanley.
I just want to piggyback on what you said, Ms. Hanley, that yes, I think there are so many more agencies out there that can have a piece of the pie. And I don't think we're trying to exclude anybody. And I think that would be the important part of having a committee member, especially one from the City of Melbourne, to help bring those people on as well. And so that everybody is on the same table so that we don't leave anybody out.
I think that we need some of those people in here with this
Right.
group of people.
Ms. Minus?
Okay, I also like to piggyback on that also. Could we see the PowerPoint that had all of the different signs on it that the chief showed? A hand up, not a handout, and all of that. Okay, this, any one of these, whatever we choose, I think would be great to have displayed instead of giving it, the dollar to that person. And you may want to just include the phone number or our city website. And I would like to, like I said, with the 22 providers that we have those added to our website. And then any one of those can, you can reach out to any one of those, starting with Brevard Homeless Coalition. No, sorry, Steady Town. But definitely any one of these signs, please give. Don't give to panhandlers. Okay, give to a charity. I like that one the best. I saw that in another city, similar. But definitely, if we can do that, okay, just add those providers, those 22 or 32 different organizations to our website, and then that would also help them as well.
Or have a special website.
Hold on, ma'am. And I would say, actually, no, next we had Ms. Sanders. You've been waiting. I apologize. Or I'm sorry, Mrs. Thomas.
So I think we can all agree this is a really tough subject. And I think it is two different subjects sort of that we're talking about tonight. We're talking about homelessness, and then we're talking about panhandling. Homelessness is what's near and dear to my heart. I mean, it's really unfortunate that there are people out there that are homeless, and they're homeless for reasons. Some choose to be homeless, and those are mostly either addictions or mental health disease. But then there's others that do not choose to be homeless. And I think that's where our agencies are coming into effect. I think it's going to be really critical and important to remember what government can do and what government can't do. As a government elected official, I can sit up here and I can ask this city council to come to decisions to give to our city manager and to our city attorney to come together to start to help to see what we can do within the city of Melbourne. And that being said, I think it is extremely important that we have a community outreach staff member, and not only a community outreach staff member, but one that's going to be able to have staff underneath them. I think it's going to take more than one person to get this done. It's going to take money up here for us to be able to make that happen. But I think just having this meeting alone has shown that we have a problem and we have an issue within the city that we need to help take care of. Then it's going to be up to that person to come back to us with the ideas and letting us know what they think they're seeing out there and what they think will be working. They're going to have to partner with all these people that are sitting out here in this front row and be able to come together with some actual real ideas for us as a city council to come to conclusions to help this problem. I can give, for me, I think it's going to be extremely important that we give our police the opportunity to be able to enforce some rules. And that being said, I am not at all one that says that you have to be down somebody's throat and be hard on somebody at all times. But I think that right now what we're finding is myself personally, my job away from being a city council person, I work in an office building just down the road from here. And every morning I come in early and every evening I leave a little bit later. And every morning I come in and I find homeless people sleeping on the side of the building, and there's garbage and litter everywhere. I have a heart for that. I have a heart for somebody that's where they're having to sleep. That's where they're having to be. But in that same tune, clean up after yourself. You still got to remember that you're on somebody else's property and that you have to clean up after yourself. I can tell you on 2 different occasions now, walking out in the evening, I'm watching somebody right out in the middle of public urinate and defecate. And that's sad. That is really, really sad that has to happen, that is happening. But that being said, also, we need to be able to find ways that this doesn't happen. Where is somebody going to go to the bathroom if they don't have anywhere to go to the bathroom? So these are all problems that, number one, you want to be able to enforce the rules for people to not be doing these things on private property, because the property owners have a right to say, no, you can't do that here. But then on the other side, you have to sit here and go, but wait a minute, where are they going to go if they don't have anywhere to go? I mean, these are real problems that I don't have the solution for. I will never sit up here and try to say that I have a solution for that. But I think it's going to be critically important that we do have a staff member on board, that is going to be their job and their only job. And then they're going to come back to us and they're going to say to us, this is what we're see working. This is what is not working. And that means that we have to give that power to the city manager to be able to hire the right person to put into that position, that's then going to hire the right staff members to be under their fold. So that to me is what's key, because we can't do it alone up here. We just can't. We don't, we aren't educated like you are in the matters of homelessness. And I think that for me, the 2 issues are totally different. So that to me is the most important issue.
Okay. Are we in council real quick in agreement? Because like you said, that position is that position's already there, but just unfunded on a different position.
This is a position that was previously an administrative assistant type of position in the city manager's office. And that position, I did not feel we needed to fill in that capacity. So it's been left vacant over the past several years. And so it is an authorized position. It's currently unfunded in the current budget. So we would have to look at where the additional funding would come from. Obviously, we're already 3/4 through the fiscal year. So the impact to this year wouldn't be as great. It would be a matter of funding that position as one of our existing FTEs. There are no other positions that are available at this point in time as far as additional staff. But our idea with that particular person, as much of the discussion is centered on here tonight, as a city, as a governmental entity, we have our particular areas of expertise. This is not one of them for the day-to-day function. And so we rely very heavily on our community partners. And while there's just a few of them here that have spoken this evening, please know that there are many, many others that work directly with these agencies and more. Some we know of, some we don't. And what I will share, and from my perspective and some of the research that I've done, is I've seen a lot of communities that may have programs with fancy names and technology, but they're doing very much the same things that we are from a grassroots effort. And that what I've seen is that our partners, and many times with our police officers as well, they have been working with homeless individuals in our community, have been in the camps that are in the community. They know individuals by name. They know what needs individuals may have. So whether it's mental health counseling, whether it's addiction treatment, the goal that the city has really gotten on board with since 2016, when Steadytown first came to us, is the concept of street to home, and that we need to help individuals find permanent housing, but that they won't be successful in that unless they receive the wraparound services and the supportive services. And that's where our community partners come into play. As a government, we can be a convener, we can be an organizer, we can help to make things more efficient and streamline and pull people together. We have additional bodies to help get the work done. That's part of the reason why it's fallen on our police department right now, is because we have a large number of police officers. They're out on the road every day and they're encountering many individuals in various situations and who have a need and who have a complaint. And so the position will help to coordinate. By no means will a community outreach liaison solve the problem, but it's making sure that we have coordination, organization, and we make the best use of our time and resources working with our not-for-profit partners who are more experts than we are, and getting out to groups we haven't been to right now. So making sure that we don't rely on the business community to come to us and neighborhood groups to come to us, but that we can take a more proactive approach to reach out to them and say, here's some of the concerns we've heard. What are you seeing? What are you experiencing? What are the needs? And making sure that we are trying to address the needs of all of the various parties who have a seat at the table. That includes the individuals who are homeless. It includes business owners and residents who are impacted with some of the negative effects that occur. It also, I think there's some items on the table regarding panhandling. Again, a couple of different ways that we've seen that. We have had issues with panhandling more from a pedestrian nature, that are homeless individuals within the community, that is where they're trying to get their resources. And then I think someone said a professional panhandler. We've seen an uptick this year on really a steady stream of the same individuals panhandling in certain intersections. And that's not necessarily the same group, and they don't necessarily have the same needs and won't have any of the same solutions. But you've mentioned it's a complicated problem and an issue. And I know you've said, well, we'll start and we'll check off the things that work. And I think what's really important for all of us, it's important for staff. We want to provide solid recommendations and direction for City Council to be successful, for our community to be successful. And in this case, we can't be afraid to fail. So we can't be afraid to try, and we can't be afraid to fail. And quite frankly, if it doesn't work, then we try another option and we keep moving forward. So we just have to keep taking the next step and trying to move the ball a little bit more forward.
And Mayor, I think that
Ms.
is
Thomas, yes,
exactly why I think it's going to be critically important that we have this staff member, because they're going to be the one that's going to keep all this data. They're going to keep all that and be able to, at this point, staff members are just going to different areas. You go to the chief, you go to here, you go there, and it's just sort of, it's not all put together in one little piece. I think it's also going to be important for us to be able to talk to our reps that go up to Tallahassee. I mean, affordable housing, that's huge and that's important. And for some reason, that money is starting to trickle down, and it's not as much as it used to be. Yes, we have the CARES Act money right now, but that's only going to be for so much longer, right? So we need to make sure that we're pushing really hard up in Tallahassee to continue to get those funds as a government and be able to continue, funding for affordable housing projects. So I think that's going to be key, and having that one staff member in there that's going to be able to keep an eye on all these different aspects, everything that you just said, all these different aspects. That person's not going to be able to solve it. We know that, but they're going to be able to keep it in order for you, for us, when you come back to us and you say, hey, this is what we're finding. This is what's working. This isn't what's working.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and I'd just like to say that I definitely support the safe use of roads and medians that you brought before. So I support that. The statistics are there that more than 60% of your panhandlers are not homeless. And so this is something we need to, definitely crack down on, and I think that this will help us do it. The other thing is, obviously we talked about having empathy and compassion for the homeless and then doing everything we can to try to help them. But the other thing is we have a responsibility as a city council to provide a safe environment for our business owners and for our residents that are shopping in downtown or in the CRAs or wherever they're at in Melbourne. There's got to be a feeling of safety and security. And right now, the feedback that I get is there's not. And so law enforcement is going to be critical to help and restore, that sense of people feeling safe downtown, because right now people don't feel safe downtown. So yes, we've got to have empathy, compassion, give people the resources that they need to better their lives. But at the same time, we've got to crack down on these folks that are breaking the law. And, and that's where I'm at on this.
Okay, real quick, before we move further, can I call the chief back up real quick, sir? Okay, I just have a couple quick questions.
Me too.
If that's all right.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for what you've done so far. Real quick, if you would think about these quality of life, we would call it calls in regards to the homeless, panhandling, et cetera, the parks in the morning. What percentage of all the calls that we get do you think that makes up?
So it's roughly about 20% since we started monitoring that. It fluctuates, of course, from time to time. Sometimes it's more like 30%. But it is taking a significant amount of resources of the officers in the early morning hours, especially. We find ourselves are getting a lot of calls for service, but we also know when we've been proactive, that's where we know where the calls are coming. So we get out there ahead of time to try to curtail that. So we have been able to reduce it from about 30% when we started to about 20% now.
Okay, any questions for the chief?
Mayor.
Mr. LaRusso.
Thank you. So the type of calls, what would that look like? 10,000 foot. Well, I mean, you get the call, the places that you're going. What does that call look like?
A lot of times early in the morning, they're sleeping in front of a doorway. It could be disorderly. It could be, just aggressive behavior. And again, we're focusing not on the status, we're focusing on the behavior. So we have to, and like Councilmember Thomas was saying, there are times where people do need to be arrested. We have to be able to have that response and to be able the ability to do that. Yet at the same time, there are times where we need to move people along. And so we will do that as well.
So we've identified 20 to 30% of your resources are in a particular time frame. I see 9 or 10 officers here this evening, that are, I've known them, most of them for many years, and as yourself, doing a great job. But we need them to do other things. We need them to do other than to babysit the homeless and call on and make these calls on the panhandling and that kind of thing. So is there an opportunity for us to provide another phone number, shall we say? I don't know, kind of like a rest stop of sorts, where the phone calls come in and then you as or your department can determine what requires an officer to go there or requires some other status of one of the people that are one of the organizations that are here in front of us. And so as our city manager said before, is drawing down on resources. I don't want to take any protection away from any of our residents or any of our citizens or any of those who are visiting our city, but I don't want to continue to draw down on our resources where, what it's like, downtown, party going on downtown, one officer makes an arrest, you take that officer off the street, he's gone for 12 hours. He's got a process, bring him up to sharps, et cetera, et cetera. We know all that process. So I don't want to take that officer off the street because of something that could be handled in another way. So I'm looking for answers or direction.
So a couple things. One, we prioritize those calls. So when a call comes in, we can give a pretty good prioritization from the time it comes in to our dispatch to the officer that responds. These officers that you see in the back of the room, they're committed and they do a fantastic job. I'm very proud of the work that they do because they don't just go out and respond to the incident. They solve problems for the long haul, and that's the goal. working with the community, working with the homeless individual, and trying to work with our providers here in the front row to provide long-term solutions to these problems. So there are times where there's a need for a patrol officer who runs calls for service to get there quickly and address and mitigate the circumstance. But for us, what we were looking at is, by applying for that grant for the crisis intervention team and being able to work with providers so that those officers, that would be their primary goal. And that would be their primary duty, would be to work with clinicians and social workers to be able to address those problems. And then you wouldn't have to send somebody from another call that could be in service or responding to some other priority.
I guess that's where I'm coming from. Yeah, I mean, we're coming from certainly a number of different levels and different directions. So again, I can't overemphasize it. It's a workshop. We're trying to figure out what is next. I also want to remember that what we've done as a city 20 years ago, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and where we are today. The mayors and the city council members who came before us, who have tackled this challenge before. We're still here. We're still trying to find the solutions to this. And now we, as a mayor and council members, are going to pass this on to those who come after us. And what do we do to make it just a little bit better? How can we provide a pathway to, because everything changes in the world, of course, we all know that, but this is not a unique challenge to us. We've been at this for a long, long time. So what's the next step? What's worked? What hasn't worked? Let's go down that road.
Okay. Mr. Thomas.
Yeah, so Chief, let me ask you a question. So you got a female business owner that's closing down her shop at say 10 o'clock at night downtown Melbourne, and she sees some strange guy out there mumbling to himself, standing in front of her store. She doesn't feel safe, and she calls the police. What priority is that?
So depends on what other calls are held at that time, if there's any. And so we'll send somebody out there. So it depends on what else we have going on. Again, you got to prioritize at that particular time. What are your emergencies? But for us, I mean, we're going to respond out there and we're going to make sure that they get to where they need to be safely, or whatever the issue is in the behavior of the individual. So we have that a lot. We get those calls and we get those complaints. And so it is a real issue. Then we also have people that work down there. It depends on the time, 10 o'clock in the evening, Ryan Allen, who is dedicated to downtown, isn't there. He's there during the day. But if it's there on a Friday night, Saturday night, we do have extra officers that are there every Friday and Saturday night to ensure the safety of people in downtown.
Okay. Ms. Thomas.
So I guess my question then to you would be, what would you do, or let's just take downtown, and this might be O'Galley also, but let's just use downtown Melbourne as an example for right now. And if we do have people that work there that are coming in and out that are very concerned for their safety, or they're even just concerned because of whatever is going on there. If we have an officer there during the day, that's great. And if we have officers there on Friday and Saturday night, that's great. But what do we do about all these other evenings?
So that falls to officers that are working the shift and they're working the road. So it would require an officer to respond out there, and that could be something that they would respond out there and handle the issue. Again, it would be prioritized based on the behavior of the individual that's named in the call.
So I guess, as an example, it wasn't in downtown, it was over by the Publix over here off of Babcock Street. I ended up having an incident there, those nice little containers that you go and you put your clothes in when you're donating your clothes. I was donating some clothes. A man jumped out from behind there and came right up to me and said, "Give me some money." And I said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any money to give you." And he immediately started yelling, screaming, getting in my face. It was pretty scary. I went ahead and called non-emergency, and non-emergency came out. That's one example. From what I'm hearing and understanding, there's a lot of these exact same examples that are happening within downtown Melbourne on a daily basis. So to me, it's almost like children, there's children that there's things that children do that you are compassionate and you're trying to train and you try to teach. And there's other things that you have to do with children that is just consequences because they're not learning and they're not getting it. And then there's consequences. And to me, that's the balance that has to be found here. You can't just be trying to get rid of a bad situation by saying, move on, move on, move on. You have to figure out how you're going to solve the problem. But then there should also be consequences to people that are consistently always doing things that are illegal and that they should not be doing and that are scaring people. So does that mean, for instance, if we take a staff member, we put a staff member in a position, this one big position, if they start watching this and knowing this, maybe their answer then to us would be, you know what, we need to make sure we have a police officer 7 days a week, from morning to night, whatever it is, not all throughout the night, whatever the hours might be. That's going to solve your problem in downtown Melbourne. We're going to help be able to watch it and assess it and know it. And to me, that's where having a staff member come in and getting all this different data and information is going to be very important, because they might come back then to the city manager and say, city manager, we really do have a problem in downtown Melbourne, and these employees are feeling very scared and nervous in the mornings when they're going to work or in the evenings when they're getting off of work. We need to address this and be tough on it and make sure that people are doing what they're supposed to be doing. That to me is critical. That to me that's an answer. To me, that's checking off, okay, this is how we know how to fix this problem. And I don't know whether that would fix the problem or not, but that's just one of my examples that I'm using.
Well, I can tell you, we do that now. I mean, we prioritize that. So we get repeat calls or repeat people. We trespass them, instead of just moving them along. We will trespass that individual. We have any number of trespass agreements throughout the city so that we have something with teeth to say you can no longer be on this property. If they're subject to arrest, and we do make those arrests. So we solve that for the long haul. I think some of the things is coordination of resources that. When we do that, we're doing it with our officers, and then we're doing it with these folks here in the front row to be able to make that difference. And so that does get done, but you highlight the problem. And that is that we have limited resources to address people that are on the north end, on the south end, and take people away from priority calls to be able to address people that are just misbehaving, for lack of a better term, and scaring people. And again, it is scary. And so those are the challenges that we face. But being able to solve that and put ourselves together and have that one person that coordinates those resources to solve the problems, because if we get them the help that they need, or if we have officers to go out with clinicians, we have a better opportunity to be able to resolve those issues before they become a problem, or that we can mitigate it a lot quicker and for the longer term.
Yeah. And I think I totally agree with you, but I think with the enforcement of having somebody there more often and consistently, I think is going to make a difference. That being said, once again, it was going to take that staff member that's going to be able to sit back and watch it and see if that would be the case. So.
Sure.
Okay. Real quick, and I would say real quick, Chief, we all know there's certain things you don't do. You don't speed in Melbourne Beach. I mean, I can say that out loud. We know you don't. We need to kind of maybe move besides really focusing on our community partners, but we also need to focus on zero tolerance for a while. The fact that we do have massive complaints, and I'm sure all of you, we're all getting the complaints. I'm sure during the public comments that will be coming up soon, we're going to hear from the Melbourne Main Street and some other, partners that feel the complaints as well. So we're behind you. We're in a community where we support our police. I think we made it perfectly clear, or at least I do, that we invest in our police. So I completely understand we're putting a lot of weight on your shoulders, but you have big shoulders, and I'm confident that our officers can do that. So, and our officers have the full support of this council. But real quick, Mr. LaRusso, real quick.
Just real quick, piggybacking off of Councilmember Thomas, for an officer downtown, we fund a CRA officer in downtown Melbourne, do we not?
That's correct.
That's correct. So
yes.
We do not fund one in our galley because we don't have the money for that, right? So what's the hours for the downtown Melbourne officer, that what he does and follows through? Is it 8 to 8?
It's generally 8 to 4. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
10 to 6.
All right.
So
Okay.
10 to 6.
So we have a level of security during a time that, I don't know, are people getting harassed at that time of the day? But you mentioned, Ms. Thomas, that, and I'm only saying this because we're on the Sunshine Law. This is the only time I get to talk to her about this
For
stuff.
me personally,
Yeah.
coming to work in downtown Melbourne,
Sure.
I'm noticing it at 7 a.m., 8 a.m. That's, when people that are homeless are waking up, getting up and getting moving and getting going. And then once it starts getting dusk out is when there's a problem. So,
Great point.
those hours are great, for the people that are coming and visiting and shopping and eating and having lunch and everything else in downtown Melbourne. But that doesn't necessarily help the people that are there and working.
So to my point then, Chief, and Mrs. Thomas, is that perhaps we need to stagger some of those hours where we are needing that officer that is on call there rather than to pull an officer from Wickham Road or from Ogg Alley or from South Melbourne because we've already funded that. CRA officer, and sorry, I forget the exact terminology, but we already have a presence. So how do we utilize and maximize that opportunity that we have that Mrs. Thomas is talking about?
So we actually have two. We have another officer that's assigned to the Babcock corridor for the businesses as well. And so we could take a look at the hours. We have to look at the contract. We have to look at the agreement that we have with the CRA and take a look at those.
Fair enough.
But also we supplement that. I mean, we supplement that. Like I said, we have a huge investment on Friday and Saturday nights, where we designate a supervisor and at least 4 officers down there. So, that's the department. That's not paid for by the CRA. So
I get that. But some of it is. And so how do we maximize that maybe to some other hours? And you guys get hammered on Friday, Saturday, and nights. I mean, I know what goes on down there.
I think what we can
I'm sorry
do.
that happens to you guys. I really am.
Well, I think what we could do is certainly take a look at the calls and look at, what the impact is and where our needs are the most, which is what we do. And then we can adjust based on that, which is why we created this better program and why we were proactive to be able to supplement the officers in their hours currently. Because what we find is that, if we can supplement it in the early morning hours and mitigate the challenges that we have, then that 10 to 6 hours has kind of worked because it goes down into the rush hour for the businesses at the end of the day. And then we get our evening shift out. But we certainly could take a look at that and see if there's a better way to
start early and
accommodate
early. That. I mean, it's just that, so.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, Chief, I know we've talked about possibly starting up a reserve force. So would this be something a reserve force could help us out with, especially on the weekends in the downtown Ogg Alley, Melbourne, districts, having a couple of reserve officers that are, working?
Yeah, I mean, we have VCOPs. I'm reluctant to put VCOPs in that position right now. We could look at the reserve program. There's training costs. There's it's going to take a while for us to get together to have a reserve corps, and there's cost associated with that as well. We've done some of that analysis since we've talked before, and so that's just a matter of us being able to incorporate that, but that's not an immediate fix.
Well, I tell you, I'm interested in if we have to spend a little bit more money to provide the protection that we need for our business owners and our residents, I'm definitely interested in hearing it.
Sure.
We've got to do something because people don't feel safe right now. And again, it's all good having love and compassion for the people that are hurting. We're going to do that. But I believe in tough love too. And we've got to do something different, I think.
Okay.
Mayor.
Miss Sanders.
So I'm in agreement with a lot of what's being said this evening, especially in the fact that the safety of our citizens and also our visitors that come, because we're trying to draw in many visitors to the area as well. So let's not forget about them as well. We want to put on a good front that we are a safe city. I think a big piece of that, Chief, is the enforcement piece. And I'm just looking at the days and the times that I'm hearing being thrown out here. So let me just recap. So there's an officer assigned to downtown 10 to 6. How many days a week is that?
Tuesday through Saturday.
5 days a week. And then, Kevin, what are your hours? 8 to 4:30, Monday through Friday, and that is the Babcock Street.
So Babcock has Monday through Friday. Downtown has Tuesday through Saturday, not Sunday or Monday. So what's happening those other days where there's nobody there? So I think that comes back to what we're saying as well. Let's find how we can get other people there to maybe not a sworn officer, but somebody that can help us out in that respect. Because while we're saving money or spending money on more presence down there in O'Galley, Babcock, in all the, I think there were 10 different intersections in 10 different areas. While we're spending money, we are saving money in the resources that we're taking away from the other officers. That's
Okay. Anything else, Ms. Hanley? Go ahead, ma'am.
I think we're losing what we're here for. We're here for the homelessness and the panhandling, and now we're going into we're going into policing and all that. This is what we're here for. We're not here for I think we're losing what the workshop is for.
Well, Ms. Hanley, I will say, I want to make sure that all council members have a say, including you. So that's something Ms. Sanders wanted to bring up, or any other council members. I'm okay, especially as I, the mayor, call the meeting, so I'm okay with that. So anything else? Okay. We have, thank you, Chief. Thank you so much.
Mayor, you asked about the ordinance. So
Yeah,
that was the
and real
original-
quick,
That was the original question.
And the thing, do we have a consensus on the ordinance to send it to the attorney to draft it, to bring it to council?
Can we read it for one else? Or?
Yeah, I would like a better explanation from Ms. Dolly if that would
Okay,
be.
yes, absolutely.
I can do that now, or I can do it after public comment. It's up to you. But basically, the idea on the safe use of roads and medians is, as the mayor explained, it's based on a national study that's done that has ranked the Palm Bay, Melbourne, Titusville metropolitan area as the fourth most dangerous metropolitan area for pedestrians. And it's the idea that we've taken great efforts to make our streets safe in other regards, in terms of the safe streets to schools, is that's what it's called, Ms. Lamb? Other items that we invest in infrastructure. So it's kind of along that same idea. And so what this ordinance is designed to do is to prohibit somebody in a vehicle from exchanging any item with a person, with a pedestrian. So if the pedestrian is on the sidewalk and reaches towards the vehicle and something is handed from the vehicle to the pedestrian, that's a violation for both the giver and the receiver. If the pedestrian steps into the roadway and accepts something from a vehicle, any item, whether it's a piece of paper or money or food or whatever it might be, any item exchanged between a vehicle and in a lane of traffic, basically, and an individual that is not in a vehicle is a violation. That's it in a nutshell. And, this is not the first reading of the ordinance. I'd have to flesh it out a little bit more, but it's conceptually, that is the idea.
So how is this different from our previous ordinance that we are now saying we can no longer use, that we were enforcing in downtown Melbourne previously?
So there's case law that's developed in the federal courts to interpret the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, the free speech provision, to protect people that ask for money or contribute money. You have a First Amendment right to that speech. And so anytime we were to try to regulate, as a government, we try to regulate somebody's speech, we have to meet a higher standard it has to be a more critical need, a higher standard of review, because we're not supposed to infringe on that speech unless it's absolutely necessary. So when we have an ordinance against panhandling and calls out panhandling by name, that is a content-based regulation. It's based on the speech of someone. So when you start regulating the speech of someone, we frankly just can't meet that standard, that they shouldn't be allowed to ask for money. I once read something by a proponent of panhandling that said it's almost as if you're thinking of, instead of saying they're panhandlers, which is a derogatory term, it's more that this is a request for help. So how are you going to regulate a request for help? We're not regulating a request for help. What we're trying to do is keep our streets safe. And what's not safe is when pedestrians interfere with vehicles. And so it's concentrating on a content neutral instead of content-based regulation.
So this is basically doing the same way, but going about it in a different way. And if that's the case, have other municipalities taken this route and doing it this way, and has it ever been taken to court? And if so, what were the outcomes?
So at this point, Tallahassee adopted, I based this on what was adopted in Tallahassee in 2018. I did talk with their police department advisor, an attorney that's the police department advisor. They have not enforced it. They use it to warn people, but they have not enforced it for political reasons. That doesn't mean that it can't be enforced. That's just what the political pressure is in that particular city. So there is no case law that has said that we can't do this. I think that certainly we can attempt this in good faith, but like everything we've talked about tonight, I think we're good and we can try it in good faith. And if for some reason the case law develops and this isn't allowed either, then we would address that. So I think what's important is we're addressing the activity. The other portion of this ordinance speaks to the medians. So it's very difficult to say people aren't allowed to be in the medians because I know it seems unusual, but there is federal case law that views medians like sidewalks. They're places for the public to walk. And I've never really thought about medians that way. And maybe it's just because in this area, that's not how we traditionally use them. But it's difficult to say no one's allowed to walk in the median and still be able to meet the standard that the federal courts hold us to. And so this takes a little different way of thinking about it. And so when you think about a right-of-way and you're driving, the signage that's in the road really needs to be about driving, right? And so when you start, there's a reason we have a sign code for businesses, whether we can have flashing signs or we're always very safety conscious of the driver. So the way this is structured is, although people can be in the medians, they can't hold signage in the median because conceptually the idea is that the median may be a place where people can walk or protest or have a bullhorn or whatever it might be, but it's really not a place that signage should exist. We don't allow those snipe signs. We don't allow political signs. None of those things are allowed in a roadway median. And so it's just keeping with that same idea.
So this ordinance has only been used in Tallahassee and it's never been enforced in Tallahassee. Any other areas?
I would imagine there's other places that have tried something like this, but I haven't found any case law that prohibits it.
So you don't, in your opinion, you do not feel that this would put us into any kind of legal jeopardy by voting for this, by enforcing this ordinance?
I wouldn't recommend it if I thought that it was risky. And I thought that it's important that when it came to my attention that the current ordinances on our book about panhandling have been found in violation, we immediately notified the police department that we cannot use those. So
are those ordinances still being used by other cities and towns?
Yes, they are.
And are they legally able to do so?
They are being challenged.
But at this point, they are legally, like the cities are not illegal for doing them at this point because it's not been found that way yet.
No, there's case law that says they're not supposed to be doing that.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Not, everyone's is written a little bit different. So we have not had that experience, but there are definitely cases that have indicated that you're not supposed to be regulating content-based speech, specifically panhandling, unless you can reach this higher standard, which they call strict scrutiny.
So my question then would be, would there be a lawyer or somebody out there that's going to say that we are doing the exact same thing? We just found another way of doing it.
I'm sure there are lawyers say all kinds of things, but I think it's important to remember that the question is it defensible? And if we make it content-based, the standard that we have to meet is called strict scrutiny. And the idea is the regulation is constitutional only if it's the least restrictive means of advancing a compelling government interest. I don't think I can meet that standard by saying we're not going to allow panhandling, because I don't think we have evidence of those things. On the other hand, if we do content neutral, you're familiar with that whole time, place, and manner restriction. It's a regulation of time, place, and manner. So we're not saying you're not allowed to do these things. You just can't do them in this place. It's not an appropriate place. If you're driving a car and you want to exchange an item with another person, with a pedestrian, then you're going to need to pull out of the travel lane into a parking lot and, City Hall parking lot, give that person what you want to give them, and then get back on the road and drive. But we tell our kids, don't play in traffic.
Right.
It's not a good idea.
So my last question then would be, what would this be enforceable with? How will our police, if so, what will be given to our police officers to say when they see somebody rolling their window down and handing a $5 bill out to somebody? What happens then?
It's a violation of a municipal ordinance.
So are they given a ticket, or are they?
Yes. And there's recent case law, and we need to pursue this a little more. I believe it's out of the 5th, which is our district state case law, that says that you can also arrest under a municipal violation. That's a new thing. And that just came out in the last couple of months. So we'll be exploring that as well. So the way our code is written right now is our code says if there's a violation of a municipal ordinance that's written up as through the police department and goes through the court system, the fine is up to $500, and it be up to 60, I think it's 60 days.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so 60 days in jail. And so it's processed as you would any other criminal violation. Traditionally, that's not how the court system has handled those, and the state's attorney's office has handled those on our behalf and only applied the fine aspect of it. But there is this new case law that suggests that also an arrest is possible.
Okay. Ms. Minus.
Okay, I'd like to ask the city attorney, this option to arrest, excuse me, this option to arrest, would this be for the first offense or second offense? Maybe the first time you get a warning and, it's escalated each time, or once they see the violation that it is taken care of at that point?
So it's not laid out that way. And I think that it's important to understand that the police officers that are enforcing our laws have a level of discretion, right? So depending on the facts, depending on the situation that's going on, maybe how egregious it is, what the chances are that this person is going to comply or not, they have flexibility in how they move forward in this. And I'm sure the chief could speak to it. I don't know. I think that's just important to leave that in their discretion. And then the idea is, if you are going to regulate how much the fine is going to be and say first offense is this, second offense is that, you got to remember you're going to be in front of a judge. And so the judge can decide that too. So maybe the judge, if they end up going forward with some kind of homeless court, it would be interesting to see how a judge may look at that and say, well, I don't want this person to auger in because they can't even pay a $50 fine, but I know that they can do the farm on the weekends, or something like that. I don't know. I would hate to tie the hands of a judge as well.
Okay, the previous ordinance that we found was unconstitutional, for us to try to enforce, that was done by outside counsel, right?
Preparation of our ordinance?
The one that we tried to enforce,
Yes.
that we found that we can't, that was by outside counsel.
Yes.
Is this one done by outside counsel as well, or is
No.
this inside?
In-house.
This in-house?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, just tweaking the words is pretty much the same, but we just retweaking it, right?
No, because this is content neutral and the other was content based.
Okay,
You have anything else, Ms. Mize?
I'm good. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
I have one
Councilman
more
Thomas.
question. So the fine, does it go to the panhandler and to the person that's handing the money out of
Yes.
the car? The two people, both people would be fined. So if you are handing money out to a panhandler out of your
Yes.
car, you yourself would be fined
Yes. Or arrested.
Okay.
or arrested.
Do you have something?
Yes.
Councilman LaRusso.
Thank you. I think that to the point that you've been asking about the fines and how that's implemented, I believe it's up to the discretion of the officers, how belligerent maybe the defendant is, or the person who's accused of the crime. I mean, if you're going to call the officer all kinds of weird names and everything else, or if you're going to say, I didn't know, officer, I appreciate you letting me know, won't happen again. You know, there's everything from a warning to the 60 days in jail and $500 fine. So I think it's in the opportunity for the officers to be able to, it's kind of like speeding on A1A when we changed the 35 mile an hour for a couple of months, that our officers and the sheriffs and others that pulled people over that didn't realize. They've been living there for 30, 40 years, and they said, look, can't do it. Okay, didn't know, didn't realize. And I think it's the same situation at this point. That would be my guess.
Ms. Hanley?
I thought that if somebody stepped into the right of way, if there's a car there, that's illegal, period, that we don't even have to write that part in there, that you can be ticketed, period, already. Am I right or wrong about that?
Yes, in part. So in your memo that I submitted, it's on, I guess it's on page 16. But it talks about, can we prohibit panhandling? And it says no. But it says, there are existing traffic control statutes that may play a part. Very fact specific. So it's the idea of, are they walking along the right of way when there's a sidewalk? And I think that might be a traffic violation that only gets a ticket, no threat of an arrest. It's another tool in the toolbox, but maybe a different fact pattern that you have to, it's not just stepping into the right of way, like that particular provision of 316-130, subsection, I think it's 4 or 5. The idea is that it's illegal if you step into the roadway in front of a car that can't stop. Okay, well, that's a lot of things that the officer has to prove up, right? So what we tried to do with this idea is it's the simplest fact to be able to show. It's the exchange. That's it. Doesn't matter if there was an accident, right? There doesn't have to be an accident. Like if you have to prove up careless driving, I've seen careless driving, but proving that up in court can be more challenging. Mm-hmm. So the idea is that this is a very simple fact pattern to be able to prove up in court.
Because I'm dealing with today, I have clients that are been in law enforcement, and we were discussing this whole situation, and they were and they said, oh, it was a large northeastern city that they worked in, and they said they had this problem, and they dealt with it by saying if they stepped into the roadway, that was a ticket. Because it was in the impediment of, it was a safety issue. And he said that's how they got that cut down. So that's what he says, that's always been in the law in all the states. So that's why I was wondering if it's already on the books.
Yeah, there are a couple of traffic laws on the books at the state level that prohibited panhandling, for example, and those you couldn't step in the street for things like that, and they were deemed unconstitutional and unenforceable. And that was just, this is all evolving somewhat quickly, and so I don't know what the experiences of those particular officers, and maybe at the time that they were active, that was prohibited, and now the court cases have come out and said can't do things like that.
So, real quick, and I want to real quick move on because I'd like for our public to be able to speak. Just give me 1 minute, Vice Mayor, because I definitely want to get to our public. I will say, if you look at this, the way it's crafted, this will actually solve several issues. Where our discussion was, we really like to see our community dollars focused to our partners that are doing the great work. I mean, that's something that we want. I would also urge our city manager to use our water bills. I mean, we have 58,000 accounts. That's something we put that on the bottom of the water bill to remind people, look, donate to our community partners, help solve, multiple problems in our community. We can use that along with the signs. I think we agree, Ms. Minus, that she picked out a sign. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with your sign. We can use that sign at our intersections to remind people, look, give to our community partners. And then again, it gives our many residents and business owners and property owners relief, because we all know that most panhandlers aren't homeless and most homeless are not panhandlers. And there is a professional group that is taking the dollars away from our community partners that are delivering, they're delivering results in our community. So I think this is really a win-win. This is something that's a living document, just like this meeting, that we can always alter. And if we have issues, that I'm sure the city attorney will come back. But this would come back in a form that the city council would go through the readings as well. So, Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I was just going to say we need to move on to public comments.
And I agree.
Go ahead.
I agree. So are we all in agreement on that?
I'd like to hear the public comment before we decide on whether we're going to go forward with the voting on this personally.
Okay, that's fine. I can do that.
Just one last quick
Yes, Ms. Sanders,
comment.
go ahead.
I do want to hear the public comments as well. And I like what I was reading in this ordinance. I just want to make sure that we also include that enforcement piece as well, because I don't want to be the Tallahassee that has the ordinance but then doesn't enforce it.
Ms. Sanders, I would agree with you, and I would expect our department to not only enforce it, but, enforce it, and let maybe an educational campaign at first, but, we can go from there. But
Maybe.
we can, if you want to wait till the end, or you want to go now, or if you want to get a motion?
I make a motion to approve the ordinance as written
Second.
at this moment.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. LaRusso, second by Vice Mayor Thomas. We'll go ahead and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
And I vote aye, and that motion passes. So moving on to,
Mayor, can I just say one thing?
Yes,
I'm not opposed. I totally agree the panhandling situation is dangerous, and I just feel legally that this has been deemed unconstitutional in another way, and it's going to be found deemed unconstitutional also in the same way. And because of that, I feel like this is going to be a legal issue that's going to come up in the future for us, and that's why I don't support it.
okay,
Public comments.
okay, public comment, go ahead. All right, we're going to go ahead and start out with Ms. Kim Agee. Hello, Ms. Agee.
Good evening. Mayor Alfrey, thank you for having me tonight, council and community partners. I really appreciate the update and all the work that you're doing on behalf of our community. My name is Kim Agee, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director of Melbourne Main Street. We're a 501c3 non-for-profit organization dedicated to the economic and community development and revitalization of downtown Melbourne. I first want to thank each of you for being here tonight and hosting this important meeting and elevating the topic of homelessness and panhandling. It's a very complex issue our community is facing and deserves extra attention, the resources and ideas to help all of us work together toward a compassionate, favorable outcome for those impacted. In fact, 97% of the businesses who recently responded to our poll believe that the City of Melbourne should do more to address the homeless and panhandling situation. I'm here to serve as the voice of the nearly 300 businesses that reside in downtown Melbourne, for the myriad of residents who call downtown home, and the tens of thousands of visitors who frequent our historic and ever-evolving area. Across our country and right here in our community, we're seeing a massive escalation of homelessness, panhandling, drug use, and crime. It's clear the landscape in downtown Melbourne has changed too. It's not only our skyline and rooftops, but the homeless population. What used to be a limited number of individuals who disrespected business owners and visitors has now become a daily occurrence. In a recent independent survey
that we commissioned, the homeless and panhandling issue was the #1 reason people will not come to downtown Melbourne. It is taxing our businesses, adding costs and scaring away their customers. It is driving down sales during an extremely difficult time, trying to recover from the pandemic. During a recent poll of our downtown businesses, 82% of proprietors report that homelessness and panhandling have negatively impacted their business. 76% report that homelessness has gotten worse over the last 2 years. 53% have trespass warrants on homeless individuals, one of their only lines of defense right now in protecting their businesses and customers from these offenders who do not respect the laws, boundaries, and our businesses. The issue isn't just about the disrespect of some. It's more complicated than that, and we know that. We've heard that tonight. These individuals are leaving massive amounts of trash, including discarded syringes and other drug paraphernalia, defecating on buildings, syringes and other drug paraphernalia, breaking into buildings after hours, sleeping in corridors and private parking lots, and stealing electricity and water. Businesses are reporting that they've been forced to hire outside security for overnights, spending excessive money to install electronic locks that force tenants to buzz in their customers. In addition, investors looking at the area have withdrawn their interest after being aggressively panhandled, witnessed needles around businesses' trash, and disheveled homeless camps in plain sight. May I have additional time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Residential real estate transactions have been halted in our beautiful downtown harbor area. Significant buyers were aggressively followed recently, approached, and intimidated to a point where they withdrew their interest and left our community. We also know that the large camps along our beautiful and fragile riverbanks and bluffs that are eroding the natural root systems where they're living. For many years, Melbourne Main Street has provided tens of thousands of dollars to our partner Citytown in support of their efforts to house and casework the homeless, all in an effort to help those most in need. We're committed, and we have been. We've seen growing success in helping individuals who accept the assistance to rebuild their lives, secure jobs, and live a clean, productive life. In addition, the CARES Act funding from the City of Melbourne last year also made an incredible difference in downtown and proved very, very successful. Melbourne Main Street is committed to being a part of the core team to help solve these massive issues. The way forward must be different than it has ever been before. The rights of businesses, investors, visitors, and residents are being eroded as the homeless, mentally ill, panhandlers, and those with substance abuse issues are settling into the fabric of our small community to the detriment of our goals of creating a thriving downtown. We must approach this issue with a balance of compassion and creativity, but we must also find a way to address it. On behalf of the Board of Directors of Melbourne Main Street, I commend you. They voted today for unanimous approval to support your proposal for the ordinance, and I commend you for passing that tonight. It's a great step forward, and we're happy to have that. We want nothing less than a healthy, safe, family-friendly, 24/7 economy, and are willing to do the work to get there together. And I thank you for what you're doing.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Agee. Next is Buddy Morrow and Leslie Smith. If you could come over here, thank you.
Over here?
Yes. How you doing, Leslie? Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to council members for the opportunity to come and speak. I'm Leslie Smith, and this is the Executive Director, Buddy Morrow. We're from CETA Rescue Mission here in Melbourne, and we are one of the partners that have been mentioned several times in the conversation this evening. Today, we have a 50-bed unit. We had 49 men who woke up in our unit today. And we have been in the community for 50 years trying to help solve some of these issues with homelessness. But the thing that I wanted to talk to you all about tonight is something that we have noticed. Give me just a second. We have had probably on average 200 to 300 calls per year from women. We serve men. We've served men for 50 years. Last year, 264 men were served. We provided over 18,000 nights of shelter, 56,000 meals, all here in Melbourne, Florida. And their ages, the men range in age from 18 years old to 73 is the oldest we have there today. So we've seen all types of situations. The calls from women are what have been so troubling to us because we truly believe it's a gap in the community that is not being filled. Some are women with children. Many of them are single women suffering from mental illness, drug addiction, alcoholism, victims of domestic violence, everything that we've heard in the homeless community. And we want to help with that. So we have been, over the past 3 years, quietly raising money for a shelter. We've received a donation of land, and we've been quietly raising money. We raised 87% of that money. And we hope to start moving dirt in the next few months and having this shelter up and operational January of 2021, provided everything goes well. We know what the economy is like right now. And Mr. Mayor, you of course understand how construction has changed recently. So we are a faith-based organization, and we will be praying diligently that some of those pricing, the materials and pricing start to level off, because that is causing some changes in our fundraising efforts. But I just wanted the opportunity to come and share with all of you that we are doing this. We want to work in a collaborative manner. We are a member of the Brevard Homeless Coalition, and we want to work collaboratively with this group, and just appreciate the time to make the public and to make you all aware of this project.
Now, real quick, Leslie, as a disclosure for the council, Leslie caught me donating some stuff and approached me, but we discussed your new addition, which will be a 10,000 square foot facility to house homeless children and women.
Yes.
And that will be off Aurora. As I was one of the volunteer contractors for Nana's house, I'm going to be assisting you guys as well and getting what Kim did in a way, and try to get this thing built, because we definitely want to help, our homeless women and children in the community, because we have a need. But thank you for coming up. Anybody have any questions for him? Okay. Ms. Minus.
You said on Aurora, is that the other Cedar building or old Cedar building? Is there where you're going to be?
Behind our Cedar building where the thrift store is.
Yeah.
It's the corner lot, comes up behind our Cedar building there.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. Well, thank you.
Prayer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have these.
Oh, okay. Would you, if you will, give that to them and they'll pass those out. And that's some information on their new, the new facility. So moving forward to Scott Combs.
Thank you, and Mayor. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. After spending 2 years living in Vero, I would just ask that you take a look at what Vero has done with their signage. I see the better sign. There's interest in signage. That's great. However, when it becomes a backrest for the panhandler, and you're not moving them off the streets, folks. They're still there. I lived there for 2 years. The signs went up and they enjoyed the backrest. I'm also a business owner in downtown Melbourne, and I'm a little off the beaten path. I am not on New Haven. So when you move those folks from New Haven, you have to realize those people are going elsewhere. Those people are gravitating towards Crane Creek, and I have a business that looks at Crane Creek. Thus, I have a lot of customers that are a little concerned when they see nothing. They're not fishermen, okay? It's very clear to them. I've only lived in Melbourne a short period of time. I know that there's a van that I can see on US 1 every day that I go home, except as of late. He lives in it. He opens the van up during the day. It's a congregation point, and it's closed up, and it's a sleeping quarters at night. That type of thing needs to be addressed, I believe, as well. One thing that I do have a concern of, and I hope that we'll have some forethought on this as we come out of this pandemic crisis, assistance that people have been given. You are not being forgiven your rent. Your rent has been deferred. And we are going to have a lot of people come up against some very hard bills that can probably only lead to a greater problem in our homeless situation. So it's something that I would like the city council to think of. And I think that we have a number of fantastic organizations that we've seen here speak tonight. Oftentimes those organizations are very siloed, and you've spoken to a position within the city potentially. And I think one of the keys that we forget in many organizations, be it government, be it corporations, we forget that we're very siloed, and there's never that horizontal thread that goes through those silos to make sure that we're working as a team, as a city, and I think that's very important. So with that, I would just say, please don't add backrests. If you want to put out recliners, courtesy of City of Melbourne, but don't put that. And just, see it. I think, all right. I see the officer downtown, phenomenal. But again, when you drift off New Haven, there's still businesses.
And I'll say, Mr. Combs, I did speak with the Bureau Mayor, and he said he agreed with you. The problem is that's the only thing that they did, and they are actually going to maybe follow and see how ours. So they only did one thing. What we have to do if we're going to be successful is take a multifaceted approach at different angles. And they even said their community partners, we kind of set the bar. So we're already off and running. So I would not be surprised if they don't kind of follow us and do more with those signs.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming. I apologize, Deanna Webb.
Hi, it's Diana Webb.
Diane, I
It's nice to
apologize.
meet
Diane,
you.
okay with the eye. There you go.
I wanted to thank Mr. Russo for bringing up the young lady, the woman who walks up and down on Galley Boulevard, dragging that child, occasionally a fake service dog, and begs for money. For 2.5 years, I've been watching her take a child who was a toddler, basically, who is now a preschooler, for more than 8 hours a day in 100-degree weather, in 30-degree weather, from 8 o'clock in the morning to 6:30 at night. Every single day. That child gets no holidays, okay? I saw him Easter Sunday. I know, Mr. Alfrey, you have approached her and offered help, and many people have. I've called the police. I've called DCF. I've watched her open up a backpack filled with money. You want to know the crime of panhandling? Who's paying taxes? I work hard. I pay my share of taxes. These people do not. I will drive around in my car with boxes of food that were given away in COVID. And when I see someone on the side of the road requesting assistance, I will offer them the food. I've had the boxes thrown back in my face. I've been cursed at. I've been threatened. That tells me these people are not out there looking for a hand up. They're looking for free money to do whatever they do. And I see more than one, when they're finished with their gig, get in a car that was newer and better than the one I drive working 60 hours a week. So my sympathy for panhandling is about that big, because I know the majority are a scam. We have free food in this city all over the place. We have the Daily Bread who prepares meals. We have multiple places people can get assistance. Housing is a big issue. You talked about a lot of issues here tonight, but housing is one of the biggest. My landlord raised my rent $300 a month. $300 a month. I don't make $300 more a month, but he was able to do that because there are no rent caps. I live in the same house same square footage, and that's allowed. People can't afford rent. It's astronomical. Working people can't afford rent. That has to be looked at. I wish you would look at tiny houses. I wish partners here would look at tiny house communities. They have been so successful. It gives people an opportunity to be in a safe space that's their own. It gives them pride of having that space. Some communities are letting people buy them. They're working out programs. They set up community centers in them. They make them police themselves. And they've been pretty successful. Drug jail. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, ma'am. You need a little more time. Good.
Pardon?
Go ahead. Need a little more time. Good.
Drug jail. We had a juvenile detention center that was closed. We have tents that our military live in that, offenders could live in. We need a drug jail. Not all drug addict criminals are just that, okay? They have a substance abuse problem, and we do not have mental health here. Please don't insult us saying we have mental health programs or drug rehab programs, because you can't get into them. But if you operate a jail that offers those services so that people, when they offend and go into a program in jail where they learn a job, they get a GED, and they come out sober, I think it would be beneficial for everyone. So
Okay,
that's my 2 cents.
Ms. Webb, I'd like to respond to you real quick. I am now on the Affordable Housing Board for the City of Melbourne, and we discussed that at our last meeting. And I asked the board, the Affordable Housing Board, to come back with real solutions. And I think they were more comfortable with me being on. I am a board member. But some of the things that we brought up with, we have a developer here, he's in the audience, and I'm not really going to point him out because he knows who he is, but he had brought up some kind of solutions on some of the building code changes we need. For example, why are we building houses that are required to have garages? I mean, I think people are more important to getting into affordable houses than having to have a garage. And that's just certain things like that. So I expect to not only get some solutions from this board, and I assured them that we will have teeth, but I will be coming back to this council soon with some substantial changes to the some of our codes and the way we do some of the building, so we can, and our staff has done already as well. You saw some of the stuff, but we do definitely need to look at those changes. Thank you, Ms. Webb. Madeline Moran. Hello, Madeline.
Good evening. I think that one of our issues in the city is not just homelessness, but the fact that homeless people, we don't have shelters here. We don't have somewhere to go where we're out of sight, out of mind, like, people want us to be. They want us to be gone out of the way of, businesses. So we go to the woods. But when we go to the woods, then they're chasing after us there. And it's not like we have another choice. We're being pushed out from these hiding spots where we can live peacefully. We're being pushed out of there, and there's not any more, solutions for us. We go to these buildings where after work hours, we feel safe, because during the day, I understand that, businesses have to feel safe as well. And I understand that, you have to clean up after yourself, yes. And the people who aren't doing that, yes, you're right, they are wrong. But the ones who are, just being peaceful and have had that chance ruined for them. Some of us, I was homeless myself, but 2 months ago. I'm not anymore, but I was out there pregnant, and I was not, given any solutions. I couldn't get a job. There were things that not that I didn't want to, there were things that I just could not do. And so I think that these programs that are being set up and are put in place, resources, there should be focused more on finding jobs so that we can get to affordable housing, because we can't get into these programs, these shelters sometimes, unless we have an income. So sometimes panhandling is their only option. They don't want to do it half the time. They're forced to, because how else are they supposed to survive? How are they supposed to eat? Places like Daily Bread only give 1 meal a day. And then there are people who come out every once in a while, and will drive around and ask us, or if we're hungry. And honestly, those are the people who saved my life, because I would have died out there. My child would have died out there. And without them, that's where I would be right now. So those are the people. We need more people like them in our community, and not just people who are standing there, saying, oh, homeless people are bad, because we're not all bad. Not all of us are drug addicts. Not all of us don't want to work and don't want to contribute. We just can't, because of medical reasons, mental health reasons, or just for the fact that we're homeless. It's hard for homeless people to get a job for that very fact. It doesn't look good on a resume. So I think that, and we should put those things in mind as we move forward in this community.
Yeah, and if I could, real quick, I definitely hear this. And, one of the concerns that I had was, a social media post that this council or this meeting was developed by homelessness. And honestly, I was very appalled by that. I don't know you, you don't know me, but I can tell you, if you knew my history, we've seen a lot of the same things. And I respect that. And it's hard to have this type of meeting and to be vilified by people online that they just want a political agenda. But I assure you, the reason of bringing the partners up here, that we at the city need to do better. You should be able to find the resources for you and your children. That's what we want. And as long as I'm mayor, that's what we're going to get. And again, I thank my council, and I thank you for coming up. And I hope our community partners hear this, because as our new community, or our new liaison, that's something that we need to look in. Because if we're going to fix all these problems, we got to work together. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mayor.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, just
Ms.
want
Go ahead.
don't we have some of the organizations that help with jobs and mental health and those? Don't we have some of our partners that help with that?
Unfortunately, I don't think we do here. And you know what's very concerning to me? If you ask the small businesses, what is the number one issue right now? You know what I can tell you, small business? Mr. Russo, can't find good help. So we need to bridge those gaps with the people that are lost.
Madeline, seek me out. I'll find you and 10 of your friends a job tomorrow.
Okay.
Absolutely, hands down.
Okay. And again,
all I'm saying is that I work in the restaurant business and I supply over 100 restaurants. I'm blessed in that process, but most of them are closing 1 or 2 days a week because there is no help. So there's got to be a pathway. There's got to be a bridge that we can find.
now, if we could help the business and help our community and our residents that need jobs and put it all together, we've all won. So moving on to Stacey Patel, Ms. Patel.
My name is Stacey Patel. I live in Satellite Beach. I just want to note first that I hope you'll re-vote after listening to your constituents. As somebody who loves local government and really supports local government, it hurts my heart when there are votes taken before you listen to the people in the room. So I just want to put that up front. I live in Satellite Beach, but I work with many struggling families in Melbourne through the Coronavirus Mutual Aid Network. One of the first families we met was a woman who had suffered domestic violence and was living in a tent with 2 young children, one of whom was disabled, in what's now Councilwoman Hanley's district. After months in a local motel, we found her Section 8 housing in Councilwoman Minus's district. I've since met many families living homeless in Melbourne. Some live in motels in Councilwoman Thomas's district and in others of your districts. They work full-time, but cannot qualify for leases, even in the most affordable apartments. Others lost homes to eviction. They have credit stretched by medical debt. They have a household member with a former felony. It's now nearly impossible to qualify for a lease in Melbourne with any blemish on your application, or without 2.5 to 3 times the rent and income. Instead, there are folks in your area paying $2,000 to $3,000 a month to live in motels. And then there are those who live on the streets, in the woods, or in their cars. Some are pregnant, some disabled, some elderly, some children, some domestic violence victims, some veterans, some mentally ill, some with addictions. I'm sure many in the room are under the hopeful illusion that there's help for these folks. but much too often there's literally not. Even on the coldest night of the year, even when it's pouring outside, even if it's 100 degrees. If folks call 211, they're told there's nowhere for them to go or that it will take months to process their application. There's no walk-in shelter, and resources that do exist are at capacity like CETA. Some will say there are plenty of jobs as if low-wage employment alone will solve the problem. While some folks cooking and serving our food at local restaurants are sleeping in tents in the woods at night without basic sanitation, it's also difficult to get a job with no address, nowhere to do your laundry, nowhere to take a bath, no transportation. And if you don't make 2.5 to 3 times the rent, guess what? You can't afford a place anyway. What the vast majority of the homeless need this council to work on is better jobs with higher incomes, affordable housing, eviction diversion, motel vouchers or non-congregate shelter, job training, housing and healthcare for the disabled and mentally ill, and real addiction treatment. These solutions are not simple. They're not an ordinance for traffic, but these are what are necessary. And with millions of dollars coming to Brevard, to Melbourne, to the Brevard Homeless Coalition from the American Rescue Plan, so much is uniquely possible in this moment. But tonight and leading up to this meeting, and even the cornerstone, you're laying the cornerstone for your homelessness plan tonight on an ordinance that seeks to criminalize kindness, that seeks to make people pay $500 if they want to give $5 to a pregnant lady on the side of the road. That's the cornerstone of your plan. So tonight we're focused on criminalization or shame for the poor. Shame makes folks in need hide and makes them shun our efforts to help them. It leads the public to disengage because they mistakenly blame the individuals instead of working to reform broken systems. Criminalization of poverty makes the poor poorer and uses the poor as sources of income for the so-called justice system. And punishment is senseless. What punishment is worse than the kind of poverty that leaves folks without food or shelter or dignity? Shame is simple, but it's not a solution. But that's your cornerstone tonight. How ridiculous is it that that's where we're starting? That's your #1 priority. There's so much suffering that needs actual solutions, not a $500 fine for somebody on the side of the road who can't pay it anyway.
Can you wrap up your comment, ma'am?
Yes, it seems to me this policy aims to make people find a way to suffer more. When you literally tonight aim to make kindness the crime, your city is going the wrong way.
Thank you, Ms. Paul. The next is Matthew Bakota.
Is that with a D?
Yeah, Ducote, yeah.
I'm with the 2 of them.
Come on up.
I want to tell you about something here that reflects what those people.
Actually, come on up there, sir, and then, no, wait until you get up to the mic, please.
It reflects what the previous 2 said, and reflects what some of the members of the council have said. There are places around this country in which to take care of it from the germination point. This is all fine with as far as what they're doing to the people in the front row, but that mainly is at a money point. Still, you're looking at the money point. What you need to do, and which kind of I was very a little bit excited with what those people at City of Mission were saying. What you need to do is build overnight homeless shelters that operate whether it's cold, whether it's hot, whether it's mid-range, where people can go, in which they can be safe. The homeless can be safe. People can be safe from the homeless. You can have the law enforcement there to make sure everything stays cool. Also, it keeps the nasty situations, the site situations that many people, like I said, the businesses that being scared away would experience, and just people just going out taking a walk with the dog or something like that might get scared up. These things take care of the whole problem. Overnight homeless shelter, and I know I see on through 2 bus routes that SCAT takes, at least 3 or 4 opportunities that you could build these things. Now, depending upon how much money the people have in those 300 businesses, they could take probably, depending upon how much, $50,000, $100,000 a piece. Build these overnight homeless shelters and all of that, but provide somebody with a job for a little while, contracting, like what you do, Mayor Alfred. Do that. Do overnight homeless shelters. It should take care of most of the problem. Since I heard about this meeting going to be done, I told at least 8 or 9 dozen homeless people, and I asked them, if there was something like this here in Melbourne, Palm Bay, there was several of them in Brevard, would you be here right now at 5 or 6 o'clock sitting on a park bench or whatever? Or would you be in one of those shelters? And they said, I would be in one of the shelters. All but 6 said it. So 6 are kind of crazy. They should be wanting to be in there. Take care of it in the germination period. Do overnight homeless shelters, and officers can be sent over there for the NIMBY crowd who say, not in my backyard, I don't want it, and keep certain amount of vegetation around it so it's a little bit more aesthetic and people don't know that's the place. Not jail, not a concentration camp, overnight homeless shelters. Please, ma'am, talk to your businesses about that.
Thank you.
Overnight homeless shelters.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to Frank Schrader.
The whole problem.
Hello, Mr. Schrader. How you doing, sir?
Hey, good. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm both a business owner down in Nogally and also a resident here on Fee Avenue, which is the main corridor that goes back and forth to Daily Bread. 2 years ago, I moved down here and I've seen a couple things. I've seen both an increase in the skyline and development, but I've also seen an increase in the traffic of homelessness and the folks taking advantage of some of the properties around here. I think there have been several really great comments. The gentleman just mentioned building, tiny houses, facilities. I think those are great ideas. Having seen this now for a couple of years, people going back and forth, I don't think it's not a personal thing. I've seen business people, I've seen moms, I've seen pregnant moms, I've seen everyone. And no one seems to want much more than to be fed, clothed, have a bath, get a meal, and have a safe place to stay. Those are all the things that I heard mentioned. I think they're real important. I appreciate the fact that you're working on them, that you're addressing things that can be worked on, that can be identified, can be taken care of. But the overall issue, they really said it. As a private business owner and as a private property owner, I got to agree with what you're saying as well. It's not fun to go down. I've picked up meals, I've picked up trash, I've picked up needles, I've picked up the park. At the end of the day, those things need to be addressed too. Code enforcement, Cindy, is something I would put on there because we need to empower our code enforcement officers to be able to go out and help clean up some of these properties so folks don't have to hide in bushes. Building them a house is a really good idea, or some sort of facility. I'm a little nervous up here. The idea of this nice lady back here, she said, from an environmental standpoint, you got folks living on the river. We've just enacted a 0.5 cent sales tax. There's a ton of money sitting there. If there's not some environmental impact that could be proven from homeless people living on the river, I think there's some money to be gotten there too, if you want to put that on there. But anyway, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for sharing and being a part of it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Thank you, sir. Next is Charlene Morris. Hello, Ms. Morris.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me. My name is Charlene Morris, and I'm a licensed mental health counselor. I have a private practice, but I work 2 other jobs. And the one I want to represent today is in Vero Beach. and it's called The Source. And we are doing a phenomenal job with many of the suggestions that people have already made. And the director is here, Tony Zorba. But as a mental health counselor, I realize that the foundational issue a lot of times is mental health. And so my goal is always to try to transform lives and to help them have a sound mind. And so what I have found living in Palm Bay, I've lived in Melbourne, I've lived in this area for 20 years. And what I have found is that someone else has already mentioned, there are no facilities. There is not real addiction programs if you don't have money. If you have money, there's plenty of places to go. But one of the most important things I think as a city is to take a broader look at some individuals. I'm not a nonprofit. I just have a business. I met Tony. He says, hey, I need some help down here. So I started helping the employees with trauma-informed care and how to help work with that particular population because it's different. It's not the same. And so once staff was able to get to a place where they were able to serve them and not burn out, because it's difficult sometimes, we have begun to offer the mental health counseling services. So we haven't blown up or anything like that, but the point is that they come in, they do an intake, I do an assessment, and if I'm not able to help them, I've already partnered, again, with local community people who might have to handle the acute schizophrenic or the person that needs a different type of service that I can't handle. And I hear that happening here, and some of the ideas that have come out are fantastic. It's just about, I create a treatment plan for my clients. Have you created a treatment plan? It has to be a goal-oriented, measurable thing. And so have a 5-year plan, have a 10-year plan, so that when how long do you guys stay on the council?
4 years.
That the plan sticks when a new team comes in, and that they don't get to change it. They have to continue to implement what you have established. And so I hope Tony is next. He's a phenomenal person. He has a vision. This is a Christian organization. We are I Am Ministries, doing business as The Source, but he has some ideas. He's innovative. We're doing different things, and I want him to be able to speak to that. Thank you.
Ma'am,
Okay,
hold
I
on.
just
Ms.
wanted-
Minus, yes, please.
Okay, I just want to thank Ms. Morris for being here. We had a great conversation the other day, and I hope you are working with these organizations.
Forward to having more conversations with you. I have volunteered. I have done other things in the community. When we have the food drives, I've been over there, unloading the cars and the bags and those kinds of things. So I have worked with them on a different capacity, but I'm looking forward to working with them with the mental health and helping them design something for themselves, because this is what The Source is doing. We've designed wraparound services where we treat them with dignity.
Okay, great. I thank you for that, working with, having a partnership with them other than loading it back in the cars. Thank you.
And the next is Anthony Sorbel.
How do I follow up with that?
You can't, man. I mean, but hey, you can try.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate being here. Again, I'm the executive director of The Source. You can look us up on the web. It's www.iamthesource.org. And like Miss Charlene said, I'm here to talk about solutions on what we're doing. We all know what the problems are. We know it's panhandling and homelessness. It's an issue in Indian River County. It's an issue across the country. But this is me in 2018. And it says, this is me in 2018. And it says, Vero Beach tells drivers not to give money to panhandlers, citing public safety concerns. And you can see a homeless man sitting underneath the sign. And he is exactly correct. But what we did was we did a study, and we found out, we studied how much homeless panhandlers make a day, and they average about $74 a day. So we had to compete with that. So we had to go up to them and ask them, how can we compete with $74 a day from getting you up off your bucket? So what we did was we created a program at our building where individuals can come in and they can earn a dignified income and get a check every single Friday, where we partner with a private airline company where individuals put together the motion sickness bags that go inside the aircraft. And we're the only company we're the only nonprofit across the country that's doing this. And we pass all of that money on to the individual who's doing the work. So through that process, we designed a culinary training program. So I'm not really interested in homelessness and keeping people homeless. I'm interested in moving people out of homelessness. So we have that comprehensive service center. We're open 19 hours a day. But what I'm here to talk to you guys about is we created the first mobile emergency shelter in the country. It's called Dignity Bus. It's a 20-bed facility that is mobile, that can go anywhere. And just like the business owners here in Melbourne, we had the same business owners in Vero that were fighting the same problems, the same issues. So we tried to create an overnight center, just like many individuals have said that we need a shelter here in this community. So it took us about 2 years of just going back and forth and NIMBYism, and we can't do this and we can't do that, and code enforcement. So we took a 45-foot commercial motor coach, one that goes across the country. We gutted it out and we put state-of-the-art beds that we staff 7 days a week from the hours of 10 to 6. And it's mobile. So we have 4 mobile locations that people can reserve their bed every single night. We have an agreement to launch one in West Palm Beach. We have an agreement to launch one in Detroit, Michigan. And we have an agreement to launch one in Vancouver, Canada. So we would love to be able to launch a bus here in Melbourne. So I'm going to leave these with you. If you have any questions or concerns, or you want me to come and speak at another time, by all means, we're here to provide those critical services to people in the community, because we know that there's issues. We just wanted to come with solutions. On our website, you will see the last phase of our program. It says Dignity Bus, A Way to the Village. We have raised $3.2 million to build a tiny house community. We've partnered with an organization out of Austin, Texas called Community First Village. They're doing it on a national level. They've built a 120-acre campus where individuals can live for the rest of their life. Because like Ms. Charlene said, we are a Christian ministry. And in the beginning of Scripture, it says in Genesis 2:15 that God created man and settled him in a garden so that he can cultivate and care. Well, we do a great job getting people cultivating and caring, but we do a horrible job of settling people. And we know God is a God of order, so we need to settle people first and then get them cultivating and caring. So thank you guys for your time, and I'll leave these with you.
And and it is put up on the ideas on that. It's a great idea, and please give staff that information.
Outstanding.
Outstanding. Thank you, sir. Ms. Minus, you had a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just amen.
Okay. Next speaker, Connor McGowan.
I'm here to speak because you have decided to make a decision before hearing public comment to use police violence to attack homeless people and to make their lives worse. Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm not used to being quiet. I'm going to speak as a historian after listening to the rhetoric that you have used, you yourself, Paul Alfrey, about
Okay, the rules in the council chamber here, you must address council as a body, not council members individually.
Okay. As one of the members of the council has previously stated that you have described homeless people as contaminating and that you need to clean up our city. And you have further described, numerous members of you have described aggressive panhandling, an attempt to describe homeless people as criminal in their very existence. And further, several of you and Kim Ajee, who is behind me, have described feeling unsafe as women in the presence of homeless people. Now, on regards to the first point, that is a flagrant appeal to the ideology of protecting respectable womanhood, the same ideology that was used in the lynching of Emmett Till and was at play at the Central Park Five. It is unacceptable and your ideology about homeless people as criminal in their very existence and contaminating and backwards to business is one that was established in the late 1800s under Houseman urban planning principles and progressive urban planning ideals. It is one that is unacceptable and one that is used to enforce white supremacy and segregation. You have stated that you want to end homelessness, and this is your concern. Yet you have spent the most of your time discussing police violence and increasing police powers. How can you possibly end homelessness without providing resources to homeless people? Currently, the Melbourne City Police budget is over $18 million. HUD, on the other hand, is about 660. As Chief of Police has stated, you spend about 20% of your calls responding to homelessness. That is a waste of time and a waste of resources. Homelessness is not a legal issue. Homelessness is not a criminal issue. It cannot be responded to with the police or with courts. If you had instead diverted, at the very least, the 20% of the $18 million police budget to providing resources such as housing, as Matthew has stated, such as mental health, as you have stated, we would not be having this problem. Further, when you're talking about protecting womanhood, this police violence is going to, and actually has the current effect of increasing domestic violence and abuse against homeless people.
Thank you for your comments.
You have extended time for
And you know
like
what, as the
500
mayor, I have the ability to give additional people
And
comments.
I, as me, call you a hypocrite.
Thank you. You have a nice evening. Excuse me?
Content neutrality.
Okay.
Attorneys just spoke about that.
Thank you. Okay, next is Kim Smith, Space Coast TPO. Hello, Ms. Smith.
My name is Kim Smith. I am the Education and Safety Coordinator with the Space Coast Transportation Planning Organization, as well as the Vision Zero Project Manager. I am here to lend our support to anything we could do to the traffic safety piece of this. Pedestrian fatalities in this nation are also an epidemic of any other health issue out there. It is off the charts how many people we are killing on our roadways, and especially those that are vulnerable, our bicyclists and our pedestrians, which many of course, our homeless people have to use their feet or a bicycle to get around. So we would like to offer our support to anything we can do to help out and to kill fewer people on our roadways. I did a little search this afternoon in Signal 4 Analytics, which is a state database. The national average for pedestrian fatalities is 16%. Over the last 5 years, from 2016 to 2020 in the city of Melbourne, ped bike fatalities represented 33.33% of all of your fatalities that you had in the city, 17% above the national average. So it's something that definitely needs to be addressed. I've talked to folks that serve the homeless demographic, and they have told me that annually about 30% of the folks that they lose in any given year are lost in traffic-related incidents. So I know I'm almost sitting on, because they take up so much space in my office, 7,000 pedestrians tip cards right now in my office that are available to go out anywhere if you need them. We can give them out at food banks. We can get bike helmets. We have the ability to get bike lights. And we just want to offer support because we've adopted, as of 2019, the Transportation Planning Organization has adopted a goal of 0 fatalities and serious injuries. We feel like that's the only acceptable number. Everybody's life is valuable, and that's the only number that we can accept. And so we are here, and we are willing to help do anything we can with the traffic safety piece of this.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And thank you for the commitment of the Space Coast TPO. I'm sure I can speak for the other members. The work being being done on there with the committees. It's definitely amazing. So appreciate what you're doing and being a partner, because Safe Streets, we're all trying to get to that. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Okay, next is Mr. Adam Bird.
Good evening, City Council members, Ms. Dolly, Ms. Lewis. Adam Bird, I'm here tonight only as a partner of White Bird Holdings, LLC, one of your newest property owners in downtown Melbourne. When my partner and I were looking for a new place to start our law firm at the beginning of last year, it took us about 30 seconds to come up with downtown Melbourne as a place we were excited to be. We've rented space there. We've been fortunate enough to grow to an 8-lawyer firm. And at the end of December of this past year, we purchased the building at 2101 Waverly, just south of Matt's and ABI. We're now engaging in substantial renovations to that building. We're excited to be a part of downtown Melbourne. We're excited about what it means for the city of Melbourne and about the growth that we've seen there and the growth we will continue to see there. We're excited to be stakeholders. Often, because I represent businesses in my practice, I'm a corporate litigator by trade. My analysis always goes to businesses when I think about problems and problem solving. One thing I will credit the city council, traditionally, whenever tax dollars are being spent by the city dollars are being spent, I always hear the discussion centering around ROI, around return on investment. When you give CRA money, how is this going to help the city? How is this going to help the community? When you invest city dollars, how is this going to better the city? How is this $1 going to turn into 5? And one place that you've put a lot of money as a city council, and I applaud you for doing so, is downtown Melbourne. And it's one of the reasons that we're there. When you're protecting your investment and when you're looking at your investment, it's important to protect it. And one way to do that is to ensure that the stakeholders, those that are putting money into downtown Melbourne and developing business and growing businesses there, those that will attract others, are protected in the context of safety. And that's what I heard tonight. I heard from Kim Agee, who is a friend of mine who I know very well, that she polled business owners in downtown Melbourne and that they don't feel safe. Okay, and that's a problem beyond homelessness. It's a problem beyond panhandling. Don't envy the city council. Like any good lawyer, I got lots of advice, but no answers. You have the answers. You're the decision makers. It's a tough decision to make, but protecting the investment that you all have elected to make in downtown Melbourne is equally as important. And protecting the businesses there is part of that protection of your investment. One thing I'll close with is I want to applaud the Chief Gillespie and the officers of the Melbourne Police Department. The effort with the Chief Purton and the Melbourne Airport Police for the Melbourne Airport homeless and homeless on airport property was wildly successful, in my opinion, far beyond what I expected. The plan that they worked together, including Ms. Dolly, Ms. Lewis, to put in place and then implemented was incredibly successful, bringing the resources to the homeless folks that were living there. And the number that, I forget what it was, Allison, the number of folks that accepted the help that was offered to them was in the, I believe, more than 75%, perhaps in the 80s or 90s. And it was the hard work and planning that went into that. There are solutions here. Chief Gillespie and his staff know how to do it.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. Moving on to Mr. Lance Supernaw. How you doing, Mr. Supernaw? Good.
Mayor, council members. My name is Lance Supernaw. I'm a combat veteran. I was in Desert Storm, Iraq, Bosnia, Kosovo, and Afghanistan. I came back with severe PTSD. So recently I was invited to speak and work with Gerald. We have a mission statement. It's called One Combat Veteran, One Roof. Many people know there's a lot of veterans that are homeless. They come back, they struggle with mental health issues. They're addicted to drugs and alcohol, and they're just fighting those demons that are in their head. And I'm just going to paraphrase all of this, but I had a big speech written. I'm just going to get to the nuts and bolts of what we're going to propose here. So Lego Building Systems has committed to building 500 homes at cost in this surrounding area. The homes will be at least 5,200 square foot, and they'll be shared by two combat veterans, each of them. But we need to raise private funds. The priority will also be to the combat veterans that are born and raised here locally. We request a waiver from zoning, long-term leasing land to build on. We want to get the permitting fees waived and tax exempt for 5 years. And the exemption will be renewable at the city if you guys like what we're doing. We're also asking for a grant for low-income housing. Our organization was established free services from barbers, doctors, nurses, practitioners, psychologists, and psychiatrists. We've talked to all of them, and they're willing to help us out if we do develop this community here in Brevard County. Our foundation will manage the property at first until we can get the neighborhood built, and then we'll pass it off to the homeowners. Let's put a roof over combat veterans and give them a sense of feeling and hope, a shower and a place to live. Yeah. We're also going to go door to door in these neighborhoods to the surrounding people and help them invite these well-deserved individuals into their communities. I know that people are afraid of homelessness and they're afraid of the people we see on the streets, but that doesn't have to be the case. I promise you, they're human beings just like us. So with that said, I'm gonna leave you with that. I know, Paul, we've talked, Mayor, we've talked to you about this before. Gerald, who's standing right back there, is the gentleman that's designed all of this. So, take care. God bless every one of you, and thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Supinall. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor.
Hey, sir. Based on your estimation about how many homeless veterans do you think we have here in Brevard County? Or can you even pinpoint it to Melbourne based on what you've seen? And
the gentleman that used to take care of all the homeless vets passed away, and he handed that job down to his son. So I believe there's like 500 in Brevard County.
Right.
Those are the numbers. George was his name. I don't know if you ever met
Taylor,
George,
right?
but George was an amazing guy, and he was driven to do that. I do think we can fix it. And if we can fix it for combat veterans and veterans alike, we can fix it for homeless people and homeless people alike. These little villages are out there. They cost about $42,000 a piece to build. That's fully furnished. I think if we put the right people in the right places together, we can do this, man. We really can. And thank you, sir.
And I say, Mr. Supinall, that's one of the things on the Affordable Housing Committee that we're looking into, because we need to change some city codes and building codes and stuff to make something like that happen.
Absolutely.
But thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Preston Brenner, I apologize. Brenner? I'm sorry, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. I'm Preston Brenner. I actually live in Palm Bay, Florida. I thank you for the privilege of speaking tonight. And I just want to move briefly through some comments. I'm an outreach pastor with Cornerstone Church of God, local church here. We try to work. We don't deal with panhandling issue, but we deal with homelessness and addiction, and we try to help people get back on their feet. First of all, Mayor, I'd like to extend condolences from our family to yours. We also lost a cousin last month to an overdose, so I know what that feels like. Mr. Olderso, I thank you for your concern about children and their hazard. One of the things that we have seen is children living in the cars with their parents and they're homeless. And what we don't know is what to do, where to send them, how to help them. We try. And I was one of those children for a short time. I was one of those. I was a child that was homeless in the car, first came here and the City Rescue Mission helped our family. So they've been at that for a while. Mr. Thomas, I'm a huge fan of accountability, and I thank you for Mrs. Handley for noticing that the homeless have a transportation safety issue, and that's one of the things I wanted to talk about briefly tonight. And I am in awe of the magnitude of you guys' effort here in town and solving homelessness on a permanent method. I thank you, Matthew, for recommending temporary housing, but we need permanent solutions. What I wanted to talk to you about was, as a business, I was a business owner here, and one of the fears we had was with the legal liability of hiring a homeless person, and also as a church for housing. We sent our pastor to Houston a couple years ago for a disaster there, and some of the churches had housed homeless folks and whose houses were destroyed. But one of the problems they had after the storm was getting those folks out of their church. And so there was no protections there for the church, no protections for the business. And I don't know the legalities of it, but if we could have some step-up programs or some incentives or protections for business owners that want to hire homeless people and give them jobs and, or churches that want to provide them temporary housing, that may be an idea that to provide some protections for those who do want to try to get involved. As far as pedestrian safety, when I was grew up in this, I went to Mount High, I was hit by a car on my way to school, and I rode with no sidewalk. And my brother was hit by a car and put in the hospital and nearly killed walking on Wickham Road, and there was no sidewalk. So we've seen a lot of our homeless folks that we deal with who've been hit by cars crossing the street or riding their bicycles. And so the biggest risk, I think, is not so much they're standing in the middle of the road, but it's not safe to cross the street, or if you're riding a bicycle, you have to ride in a lane of traffic if there's no bike path, or you have to walk on the side of the road if there's no sidewalk. So I think for pedestrian safety, we have to look at crosswalks and sidewalks and bike paths and the basic things that provide for pedestrian safety. I've been in bigger cities that didn't have the level of incidents that we have for pedestrian injuries because they had more infrastructure addressing that. For taking some of the burden off of local businesses, one of the things with our church is we have a park right across the street. There's no bathroom there. So folks have to come to our church to use the bathroom, or there's no water fountain there. So if we could have, in high pedestrian traffic areas, if we could have trash cans, where people would put the trash, or, the trash cans are upside down. One park, they took all the trash cans out. If you could have trash cans, if you could have benches, if you could have just a bathroom in even just the high traffic areas, so people could go to the bathroom, that'll lift some of the burden off of the businesses and the churches that are trying to help with that. And the only other thing I wanted to mention was, Ms. Minus, you talked about the sign. One of those signs, what it said on the sign was, know where to give. And it said, E-Town Cares. I don't think Melbourne has a central giving point where you could give and that money would be distributed among these areas. So it's reliant upon the citizen to know where to send that money.
Yep.
But if you could have a central place and post that where that money could go. So those are my ideas, just better pedestrian traffic safety resources there, some incentives and protections for businesses and churches, smaller ones that want to get involved, and also the centralized clearinghouse where we could give locally and not just have our money go to some national initiative, but go to something local. And I thank you for allowing me to speak.
No problem. We got a lot of ideas out of your speech, so thank you, sir.
May I clarify?
Sir, no, sit down, please. Sir, sit down or you be removed. Okay, moving on next, it's going to be Mark Ice or ISE, Ice. I apologize. What is it?
Is my husband named Mark Ise?
Yeah, Ise, coming out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. My name is Leah. I'm speaking for my husband, Mark Ise, because he left for my daughter. And we just moved here recently. And when we ask about the neighborhood, how we think, how you guys think of Melbourne? We just moved here. We would like to know about Melbourne. Most people say it's good town, but homeless people around. All we hear is the homeless problem. So when we moved here, we got pretty scared. And Mayor talking about we want Melbourne become to our feel safe and perfect home. But sorry, I don't really feel that way. I drive down the intersection, people are screaming at me, pointing at me. I feel threatened. And I take my kids to my new house, and the homeless people cross the street were yelling at me, screaming at me, and I feel threatened. And I take my kids to playground. My kids playing, but all the benches, homeless people are sleeping on it. I can't even sit down with my kids. I don't feel that's the way. Like we talk about, yes, we want to spend money to help them, blah, blah. Like, yes, but we all invest our money. Government doing the same thing. We invest money to help those homeless people, but what they bring back to us. Like we try to make more money to help the growing our cities. What make that money? The business help us growing. Taxes. are homeowners. And also the touristy bring. Imagine if homeless people everywhere, how we bring those business up, how we bring touristy back to our cities. And also I want to talk about they said, okay, we have babies, if I moved here when I was young, I don't even speak English. I moved here, I stay in a very small apartment. It's just a room, like tiny den. I work 2 jobs, I work hard. I make money. I don't have kids when I can't even take care of my health. I don't understand why they even have baby when we can't even make any money. So just doesn't make any sense. My idea, I think, is we need to create a job for them. We can't just hand them food and give them places, but we need to create the job, help them to make money on their own. It's not just giving them money instead. That's it.
Okay. Well, thank you. And moving on to Jacqueline Nato.
Hello, good evening. I'd like to thank you all for staying so late and for having this workshop at all. I do have something written to share today, but first I'd like to echo my disappointments and acknowledge that today was supposed to be a workshop on how we were intending to respond to homelessness and panhandling, but you voted and made a decision before you even got to hear us speak. That disappointed me. Further, as someone who lives in Melbourne, I was disappointed following some phrases that I heard from council on addiction and mental health. This deeply concerns me. People with mental health issues and people with addictions are still people, and they are still members of our community. I would really appreciate if you would take time after this meeting to go research some of these topics and the negative stigmas that already burden these topics and figure out some sort of sentiments they might have said today that might be not so great to be coming out as a public official. I'm not looking to pinpoint anyone, but just some general research that would be beneficial. I'm just one of the few members of our local chapter of Food Not Bombs Melbourne, where we believe that food is a right, not a privilege. We have had many individuals come through from all walks of life, spend time with us, and become part of our community. I speak with these individuals. I know these individuals. I know their stories. In this pandemic, many lost their jobs, many lost their homes, and many of the people that we see each week are local Brevard residents born and raised trying to get back on their feet. Homelessness, as stated today, is not an individual issue, it is a systemic issue. During the course of the pandemic, as I'm sure you know, many resources for the community halted. Fewer night shelters, fewer food banks, fewer job opportunities, and fewer options for success. Our attendees report that we are one of the only consistent organizations present that make them feel like people, not homeless people. Our community members report that they do not have the resources they need to survive or even basic information on how to access those resources. Does the City of Melbourne have some sort of community resources sheet with its partners or some sort of an effort to decrease that homelessness? We have a need for childcare. We have a need for mental health. We have a need for physical health. We have a need for access to jobs. We have a need for shelter. We have a need for food. In the City of Melbourne's vision and goals, it is included that one of your goals to accomplish from the years of 2017 to 2021 is to be a city for people. When I say this goal from 2017, I think you'll hear very similar sentiments that were shared with you this evening, but in your goal that you state, you have that you want to be a city for people that welcomes all. It is accessible, affordable, inclusive, safe, and engaging. It promotes health and well-being, participation, and social justice. One of the outcomes to meet by the end of the year was to be a city for people, as well as your health and well-being goal, is that people are supported to find pathways out of homelessness. You've heard tonight that we are lacking crucial resources for the homeless population, and this apparently has been a goal since 2017. As for suggestions proposed to criminalize the homeless and those helping them, I think this would be a direct counteraction to your own goals stated as a city. If you are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, may I be permitted more time? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That sounded sarcastic. It was a genuine thank you. If you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it is clear that food and shelter are basic needs of individuals. These are primary reinforcers that are needed for survival. Individuals are not likely to focus on pathways out of homelessness if it is a daily struggle to have their basic needs met. Something called the balance of consequences, which was brought up by you today, actually, is focusing on reinforcing the behaviors that you want to see and having those behaviors take place more often instead of not reinforcing those you don't want to see. As previously noted by many of you, the resources that do exist are not easy to access, and there are not feasible alternatives for those behaviors in place. We talked about the bathroom issue. There aren't bathrooms to use. We talked about waking up at 7 or 8 in the morning outside, but they don't have a place to sleep. Things like providing resources and information on how to reach those resources would be beneficial. Many of you stated today that you didn't even know these partners today and their resources. So if I became homeless tomorrow, how would I?
That's why we're here.
I know. I just,
Okay.
you asked for suggestions. One of my big suggestions is having like a list of all of these resources that individuals could easily access, whether it be on your governmental website, whether it be something that goes to all citizens, whether it be posted in public places like libraries, access to library cards, library printing services, that sort of information. Sorry, I know I'm running long. My apologies. I would like to also suggest, instead of further funding the police department, which already receives over $18 million in funding, we should put that money towards urban development or tiny homes, as previously stated. I think it's important for us to focus on the cause and not the symptoms. If you want alternative behaviors taking place, you need to provide alternative options. Kindness is not a crime. Asking for help is not a crime. Homelessness is not a crime. As we emerge from the pandemic, many of our neighbors are struggling. Please support these individuals and don't criminalize them. Don't criminalize people that are asking for help, and don't criminalize people that are helping them. Please put people before profit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sophia Mazzo. And I will make the comment that I'm not in for defunding the police. And matter of fact, we invest in our police. I would urge anybody, real quick, hold on, Ms. Mazzo. I would urge anybody to do a ride along, because once you start defunding the police, you start defunding a lot of the dispatchers, school crossing guards. The police department does a lot more than people realize. So I would definitely urge people to take a ride along and learn what the police does. So go ahead, Ms. Mazzo. Thank you.
So I'm actually Carrie Allen. I am in place of Sophia Mazzo. I go to UCF. I was born and raised in Melbourne at Holmes Regional. It also concerns me that y'all voted before you could hear the public comment. I feel like your job should be listening to your constituents and the people who live in Melbourne. But my phone just died. But I wanted to say, I know you just made the comment, which is funny, but the Melbourne Police Department gets over $18 million, and the Housing and Urban Development gets almost $700,000. That's ridiculous to me. The solution that you guys came up with before the public comment was to just shoo it under the rug. And this is something that can't be easily solved overnight. And I know you had mentioned, the council had mentioned, it's taken years and we've been going over this for years and years, but it cannot be solved with over-policing. I think when we give so much more money to the police and they're already overtaxed, they're already overworked, we need to have other options for people in this community. We need to have, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought, but I just want you to recognize that it's not something that can be solved easily. It's going to take work. And I feel like that is why y'all are in the positions that you are in. You want to do the hard work. You are here because you love Melbourne. You love Florida. You love the people who live here. So do the hard work. Like, listen to your constituents. Listen to us. Listen to the young people. Listen to the people who are homeless, who are houseless. Don't just vote before you hear public comment. That is so concerning. Thank you.
Ma'am, real quick, if you could, hold on, ma'am. I'm sorry, hold on, sir. Because for the public record, what's your name so I can write
It's Carrie, Keri. Last name is Allen.
Okay, real quick, since you believe in defunding the police, would you be interested in doing a ride along with our police department?
Sure, why not?
Okay, then if you would, we'll try to set that up. And
I think
COVID, you can't do a COVID, you can't do a ride.
no, after COVID, we've been doing ride along for years, because I do talk to a lot of people that call me about defunding the police, and most of them don't want to do a ride along, but once they do, I believe they'll learn the magnitude of what our officers do.
Of course.
But thank you, ma'am, so much. Okay.
Mayor, excuse me.
Mr. LaRusso, I apologize.
Thanks. I've heard a couple of times this evening, but I'm going to run it through our city attorney. Our ordinance that we voted on this evening, I've heard much conversation about it that we haven't heard about from anybody, haven't listened to anybody. So how many hearings do we have for an ordinance?
That was an excellent point, Mr. Russo. So that vote was not the adoption of the ordinance.
No,
There's
I
actually,
understand that.
So we had the vote and we laid out the baseline. Now we listen to all the comments and then we hear everything coming back from our staff and what we have to offer as well too. The ordinance that you heard tonight, that everybody heard tonight, that we voted on tonight, is first hearing. If you understand local government, it's 2 hearings, okay? So I just wanted to give you that information respectfully, not sarcastically, okay?
Okay.
To mimic the previous speaker.
May I respond?
If I could just add
Actually, go ahead.
first.
Yes. City Attorney,
So
please.
the way I had taken the discussion was whether I should spend more time and prepare the ordinance into a final format and address some of the other issues that arise. And I am fully intending at the end of this meeting to circle back and talk about that. And I just want to assure you that.
Right.
And I would challenge you to go back on many years of council, whether I was here, whether other council members were here, that first ordinances were always to lay the baseline and then heard public comments. So this is a standard process for local government. Now, what you see and what you heard tonight in our ordinance will most likely change. But tonight we needed a baseline. So,
thank you.
But thank you for coming here and voicing your opinion. And that's what it's all about.
That's
I
what
just
it's all
wanted to make
about.
sure.
I just didn't really appreciate the ad hominem logical fallacy that you use because I am young and I am a woman and you feel like I don't understand what's going on.
No one said that.
But that's what I got. But
I didn't say that at all.
I'd also like to mention how kind of cruel and disgusting it is to do a $500 fine on the people doing these things amidst a pandemic that is targeting black and brown people.
Then let me go ahead and let me explain something to you real quick. First off, we're not saying you can't do it. You need to get off the roadway. Once you get out of the lanes of traffic and you get off the roadway, then it's not a violation. So this whole fallacy that, oh, you're stopping something, no, we're not. We're creating order. I will have order in the council chambers or you will be removed. So again, that's what you heard. And again, it's not what you're saying it is. So we'll move forward to Dina Pelosi. Thank you.
There's been a lot of the groups out here that have helped me throughout years. I am working over 60 hours a week, 12 hours a day. I'm living in a hotel for $1,300 plus a month. I cannot afford housing because you have to make 3 times your income or more. And there's no possible way of me doing that. I'm a convicted felon, which doesn't help. They need more resources to help us convicted felons, people that have jobs and are trying to get back on their feet. Yes, I was a drug addict. I was in the woods. I know what everybody's talking about feeling safe, about all of that, because I've been there, done that. And I've got my life on track now. And I'm just trying to get some kind of affordable housing moved up because it's ridiculous that I'm paying $340 a week. And that's most of my money that I make at work. So I think that a lot of this has to do with the housing, and somebody needs to do something about that. Because I'm trying, and a lot of people are.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley.
Miss?
Oh, ma'am. I'm
Ma'am?
sorry. Can you come back up real quick?
Can I ask, how long have you been living in a hotel motel? Wasn't in a motel. How long have you been doing this?
Probably since February.
This January or last January?
No, this year.
This year?
Yes, and I came off the streets from a tent in the woods in the O'Galley John Roads area.
And do they have any idea when you would be able to get more permanent housing?
I don't have the money. I don't make 3 times.
I
my
mean,
income.
there is nobody else, any
No, I've
Okay, I'm
went to
just,
Daily Bread to,
no, I'm just trying to see if there is anybody. I want you to say it out loud
Yeah.
here because there's a
Oh.
lot, there's a lot louder, bigger audience here,
yeah,
okay?
I went to Daily Bread. They told me to use 211. 211 does not help.
Look over there. See that front row? Look at that
Yes.
front row and say, say that
I
right
have.
there.
I came up to apply for the housing, and the woman told me to call 211.
You were in the woods for a long time.
Yes, I have been.
But that should
And
have been
Sonia and her
that should have been
husband have
part of
helped
a
me
conversation,
out there.
That should have been, my apologies, that should have been part of a conversation, but not the end of the conversation. That should have been the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, she handed me paperwork and said call 211. So.
Thank you for
You're
coming back
welcome.
up. here
Hey, thank you
talking.
so much for your
You're
comments.
Maybe we can help you here. You got a larger audience.
Next is Tim Deratani. Right over here, sir. Thank you.
Over here? Okay.
How you doing, Mr. Deratani?
Former senator.
Yes, Senator? Yes, how you doing, sir?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for this meeting on the homeless. It's interesting to see the people here in the front row. I hope they're listening to you because the City of Mission is doing a hell of a job. They weren't on the front row for some reason. And so is the Salvation Army, who's not here also. And they're both help people with their housing and move forward.
Get it, the mic, the mic.
Mr. Deratani, sorry, so the mic picks you up, sir. I'm
Okay.
You're not on the Senate floor anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Kim Agee said so many good things about, so I'm not going to repeat what she's saying, but what I am going to do is I'm going to read the letter that we sent to the council. Some people might not have read, particularly here in the audience. And we recently purchased a historical building located on South Harbor City Boulevard. And prior to our purchase, we heard the homeless people were creating challenges for the property owners, especially near the Daily Bread on Fee Avenue. But we were so excited about restoring a neglected brick building in front of the East Coast Lumber that we just wanted to move forward with it. And we believed we could overcome the challenges. Since then, we've been in absolute shock over what we've experienced. First, we now know that our downtown area is not safe, as Kim Agee stated. Homeless people had taken over our property, including a very aggressive man. The man refused to leave the property when we began cleaning it up. And after he was politely asked by the police to move off of our property, he came back and threatened to hurt us and said he was going to break our windows and do several things. The man has a record of at least 60 violations, including violence, 2 counts of rape, burglary, cocaine, and has been harassing people on Lincoln Avenue for over 10 years. And he's still there. He sleeps there on the sidewalk. He has family in Palm Bay. One of them has a church down there, his brother. And but he's there, and he gives us bothers us on a daily basis. We are approached by transient or homeless people almost every time we step outside of our building. They try to start a conversation and then scream profanities at us when we say no to whatever they want. There is a nonstop parade of clearly intoxicated people cutting through our property from the Daily Bread to get to the Chevron station. Most of them are buying alcohol. Can I continue on this thing? Most of us they're either buying alcohol or looking for the neighborhood drug dealer, which we watch suspicious exchanges of money and packages on Lincoln Avenue next to the Chevron dumpster. One person in a van, and the gentleman mentioned this van that's there. He holds court. He's all over the place. And this person in the van parked near our front door and tried to lure a woman out of our building by pretending he needed help. And we called the police, And we see the van parked at Daily Bread every day and at the nearby parks. We are disappointed by the lack of presence. They've really been helping us out lately, and we thank the chief. But before I wrote this letter, it was a little bit different. We were disappointed by the lack of presence by the Melbourne Police Department. We gave up on calling the non-emergency police number, and so many of our downtown neighbors stated that they had done the same thing. They tell us that they can't do much, and enforcing the ordinances is very difficult. Second, the streets and property in our area are littered with trash and smell from urine from the transient people. Our morning ritual is to clean up liquor bottles, beer cans, drug needles, cigarettes, broken glass, and styrofoam containers and plastic bags from Daily Bread. Not only is this trash hazardous, but at the end of Fee Avenue, there's a large drain where all of the trash flows directly into the Indian River Lagoon. It took us weeks to remove the overwhelming smell of urine from our property. Our major concern is that Daily Bread is attracting alcoholics, drug addicts, and mentally unstable people who are camping in the bushes, on sidewalks, and on doorsteps. We understand the primary mission of the Daily Bread is to feed the homeless people, and we truly have compassion for those who are in need. And families that are in need, that are out there, they need help. And these people have been addressing that part of it. But I'm talking about the people out there that are sleeping in the weeds that are just destroying our city. As a longtime resident of Brevard County, we have never believed that Melbourne is so unsafe and tolerant of crime until we purchased this property. We are disgusted with the tolerance of public intoxication, excessive littering, and public urination, just to name a few.
Okay.
The City of Melbourne needs real solutions for addressing the homeless, and we have some suggestions. The Melbourne Police Department must be proactive rather than waiting for a complaint to initiate contact with transients and drifters for public intoxication, littering, sleeping on the sidewalks, urinating in public, and other violations of our city ordinances. Daily Bread should discontinue the use of plastic bags and styrofoam, and they should require the homeless people to eat on their property, eat on the Daily Bread property behind their fenced area to reduce the litter problem. Daily Bread should provide toilets. They should be open 24 hours a day, provide toilets, water, and sleeping areas inside their gated property. 24 hours a day for homeless people. Daily Bread should prioritize families in need, because families in need.
Mr. Dertani, you're talking to the council, please.
Excuse me. Families in need are very important. And when people are down on their luck, they need to be helped. And I'm not talking about those people. I'm talking about the professional bums that are out on the street that they just want to stay there and harass people. And this guy that's been sleeping on our street across from our property is a perfect example. He's been there 10 years and nobody does anything about him.
Okay, can we wrap up the comments, Mr. Dertani?
That's it. I'm all through.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I will say, Mr. Dertani, I did contact the Daily Bread, Jeff. We spoke about that. Unfortunately, during the COVID, the CDC's requirements, he has assured me and that he's not only going to work on getting the volunteers get back in there and get people fed on the inside, but like he stated earlier, and I definitely believe him that we're going to work on getting that trash cleaned and picked up because that's something again that we're all here for solutions. I don't want finger pointing, and I'm not saying we are, but you know what? We're going to work together as a community and with our partners, and we're going to help those in need. So I want all of us to get out knowing that we got work to do tomorrow.
Oh, it sure be nice to have the trash off the streets.
Yes.
Because these people just sit in it. They eat there and then they just sit in it, and it's all around them. And then they get up and leave. And it's an embarrassment to the community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next is Hula Irwin. And maybe gone. Okay, I'll move on to Ramona DeMay. That'll be followed by Randy Bennett, then Nicholas Sandberg, and I believe that's it. Hello.
Hi, I would like to speak. I've been homeless now since basically last June, during a pandemic where the Brevard County Sheriff's Department and my landlord, who passed away, his family, forced me out of my home, giving me a 24-hour eviction notice, telling me that if I didn't leave, I was going to go to jail with a trespass notice. I stayed with friends and I moved into a hotel in November. I have a 13-year-old daughter and my husband. We work full-time. We didn't always work full-time. We've been blessed to have help from the community, Stacy being a very big blessing to me. But we have to pay over $3,000 a month to live in a hotel for my daughter to have a roof over her head. I hear about all this homelessness and about people being scared, everything else. You know, anybody could be me standing up here in my
Ma'am, would you address the
situation.
council, please?
When I was 3 years old, I campaigned. My godfather was the mayor of this town. I grew up in this town. I went to school with you and your brother. However, people they stereotype. Not everybody is a drug user. Not everybody is violent. I mean, I'm unfortunate and I'm in a situation that I don't even know how to get out of. I don't know how to pay for my room tomorrow. Some nights I had to pay $244 a night for a room because of it being a weekend and it being a holiday, spring break. I'm facing coming up the end of this month for 4 days at the Extended Stay of America by the mall. I have to pay $1,098 in order to have a place for my daughter to sleep. I've contacted 211. When I contacted them, there was no resources. The gentleman told me that he was from up north and he asked me if I had a car. And I said, I don't have a car. He told me that if I did have a car, that all his suggestion was for me to sleep in it. You know, that's awful. I have 2 dogs. A lot of places, they would not, like shelters and stuff, or any places that might help, I would have to get rid of my animals. I've had them for 11 years. They've been emotional support for me. I am a convicted felon and I'm a recovering drug addict. I've come a long way and I'm trying very hard in my life, harder than I ever have before. But every which way I turn, I'm shut down. Because of child support that I owe for a 29-year-old son who has 3 kids of his own, I cannot get my taxes. I have a problem with my stimulus getting that. I mean, and what money I did get for a stimulus went all to a hotel room. I mean, I feel like I'm sentenced to life in a hotel. I don't know what to do every day. I cry every night when I go to sleep, wondering and worrying that I'm not going to be able to pay for a room for my daughter to have a roof over her head. And I think that everybody should be focusing more on trying to help people in this situation, getting us out of it. I don't want to resort back to what got me in prison before. I mean, I'm 48 years old. I'm a grandmother, I'm a mother, and I'm tired. I'm tired of living this way, and all I want is home. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Ramona DeMay. Ramona DeMay?
That was her.
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize for Randy Bennett. Oh, there he is. Hello, Randy. How you doing, sir?
Very well.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Well, you know, I assume your heads are spinning just like mine is right now after tonight. I'm the first to admit that I came here with a certain maybe misconceived opinion about certain things, and I've been enlightened and have been able to open my mind and change opinions on certain things after hearing a lot of these people speak tonight. I started taking notes. I'm probably going to go off of this a little bit. I like the idea of the public liaison. I like the idea of maybe trying to find a way to get all of these groups together, even though they're already hardworking people working 1,000 hours more than what they probably have the time to do. Maybe set up a way to where there's 3 different locations within the community for people who don't have cell phones, people who do not have access to the internet. I like the idea, different things like that, to maybe try to go with these people to try to get them all underneath of one roof, couple of times, you know, every month or something like that for people to come out and see. As a local business owner downtown, and also in other places here in the area. Panhandling, yes. Okay, I'm not talking about homeless. That's a totally different issue. Panhandling, street performers, other things like that, heckling of people. I run a business downtown that every week I have people walking by, grabbing stuff off of the railings, heckling people, asking for money, coming into my business, taking money off of people's tables for tips. It is getting out of kind of control in regards to that. As a business owner, it makes it kind of hard for me to police that without fear of being sued, fear of having my business trashed, anything else along that line. So, you know, while I really honestly commend Officer Allen, he is a great gentleman for downtown, and the other staff and the other officers we see downtown on a regular basis. Any support that you can give them to continue, that is appreciated. The other thing I would like to ask about tonight as well is, of course, expediting and waiving any of the red tape towards some of these groups here if they can get additional funding. As a business owner, I would even be willing to pay a little extra in my city tax, you know, raising the tax $500,000 or something along that line, as long as that money would be dedicated, as they said over there, underneath of one blanket way to give, and then to legitimate organizations from there. It is a community problem. As a community person, I'm willing to do my part. I'm sure a lot of other people are. But at the end of the day, like I said, I came here with one thought. I've been enlightened and respect these people for doing what they do, but also respect goes both ways. And as a business owner, it's being impacted in a lot of ways. And to quote a movie, a lot of people know the movie Roadhouse. Patrick Swayze said in there, you know, good people don't want to come to a slaughterhouse. Okay. That's what downtown is turning into in a metaphoric type of way. We are seeing it. We're experiencing it several days a week. It is impacting not only my business downtown, but it's also impacting my other businesses around the area as well. You know, I'm very sympathetic to the homeless. I hope you guys can work that, and that is a separate issue as well. Public safety is also a concern. There's a lot of lighting that needs fixed downtown, including the parking lot behind Vernon Street. The ballast in those lights, we've talked to a lot of people, they go out. We have a lot of female staff that goes out all hours of the day and night, and our team walks them out at the end of the night. So anything that you guys can pass along to maybe your maintenance departments and different people to check some of the additional lighting, we'd appreciate that. But once again, like I said, I came up here with a certain way I was going to talk and address this, but I've been enlightened, and you know, I really appreciate the efforts of these groups down here, and anything you can do to help them, you know, I'm behind it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
So,
thank you. Thank you, sir. And the last speaker will be Nicholas Sandberg. And then after that, that will end the public comment, and then we'll go into the wrap-up goals and strategies session. Hello, Mr. Sandberg. How are you doing?
Hello, council members, mayor. I think we're kind of getting a little bit off track that this was supposed to be a meeting too on safety. With your whole, this is a known problem. It's been addressed with all the people in the roadway. I came from South Carolina. I had a job as law enforcement EMS up there. They had the same situation. It was brought before the city council. They failed to act. And I responded to a call where a person who was panhandling on the median, he stepped out. There was a school bus in the turn lane. He was soliciting a car. The lady in the car threw something at him. He stepped back, tripped over the median into the oncoming opposing lane. That vehicle swerved, slapped another vehicle straight into the school bus. Okay, there was many injuries to that thing. It cost the city millions because they had a negligent lawsuit at the city failure to act. I think that one of the things that you're moving forward, one step forward with this safety plan, with this ordinance, I believe you should take some of that concessions from that citation that would be issued to these drivers and put it for implementing situational stuff for these facilities that are offering items to help get these people back on track. I think that is a key thing. If you're going to take away, and these are the people that want to donate, you know, they can do it elsewhere, but if they're on the roadway, take that money, put it for a concession to help these people. Okay, I think that's a big thing. That's what the city that I work for, when that incident happened, they did that. They did the concessions of the citation from city ordinance. So that made the law enforcement want to act a little bit more proactive as well for that situation, along with other safety concerns. You've got several lighting around this thing in high drug neighborhoods, high traffic neighborhoods of prostitution and stuff that have very dim yellow lights. They utilize a lot of this money to get those bright LED lights that require less maintenance. You know what I'm saying? It gives law enforcement the proactive capability now. They don't have to sit there and watch the drug dealer on the side of the street give out 30 times to the cars to try to initiate, you know, their probable cause for the state. The first time they see that exchange, that gives them an opportunity to get out, field interview, write it on a card, make contact, and stop some of the stuff that's going on with these individuals. I applaud you, council members that have done shadowing to see these individuals that are out here. You know, I've done that myself. You know, I physically seen on Dairy Road that one was soliciting a school bus. You know, I just talked about a school bus with an accident, knocking on the windows of the school children as they're in the top turn lane. I seen the individual with the man with one leg leave at the end of his, what I call his shift, and getting his 2018 red Mercedes-Benz that's polished, you know, with the C230. You know, a lot of people don't see that. And those are the people that are taking advantage of the
like the panhandling. And I think that the panhandling is out of control in the city of Melbourne. And I also agree that a lot of the people that are panhandling are not truly homeless. I think there are homeless people out there that are panhandling, but I think a good majority of them out there right now are not. That being said, only reason why I voted no at the time was because we had a ordinance previously on the books that our attorney deemed that it was unconstitutional enough because it was deemed that way by the courts, that she said we can no longer practice this. Our officers can no longer do it. To me, the way that I'm reading this and seeing this, it's the exact same thing, just written in a slightly different way. And for me, that concerns me in a legality kind of way with the courts on how that's going to be seen, and that this also could be deemed unconstitutional. That being said, Ms. Dolly, if possible, when it comes back, the ordinance comes back to us again, when we're going to be looking at this and reading, and you said you were going to be crafting it in different kinds of ways. What I personally would like to see is that if there's other cities that are using this, as if this has ever been deemed unconstitutional, ever taken to court, or maybe not deemed unconstitutional, it won. All the different ways. I would love to see all the legal information that you can give me so that I can really know what I'm voting on when I'm voting on that.
I will. And the other thing that I'll add to the cover memo, if when we're finished, we're going to proceed in this direction, is an explanation of the history of the panhandling ordinances that are not acceptable and why this is different.
Exactly. I would love to see that. And I think that that would help be able to educate me a little bit more to be able to make that decision that I think is the appropriate decision to make for the city as a whole. Because as much as we want to just think it's one way or the other, there's a lot of middle area, gray area that's in there that that we need to be careful as your representatives for the city, that we don't get us into any kind of legal issues. And that's my biggest concern.
Okay, real quick, and I will say, before you go to you, Vice Mayor, I just want to go on record, this is not the same thing. This is an action that more than panhandlers will be affected. Charity, firefighters with boots, there will be no, that creates a dangerous traffic condition as well. So to me, it's much further than that. It is on record that we are have dangerous streets. And again, at the end of the day, as long as you get off the roadway and get off the travel lane, and then you're fine. But what we're gonna focus on safe streets, and again, it would be crafted in that manner. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, one of the organizations that I know that has been extremely successful in stopping homelessness, especially with veterans, is the National Veterans Homeless Society. Mm-hmm. And so I remember when I first moved here, I think in 2006, I had talked to George Taylor. And George Taylor was estimating that the number of homeless veterans at that particular time was somewhere, I think, around 1,200 homeless veterans. Mm-hmm. And then over time, through his organization and through these events that they did at least twice a year called Operation Stand Downs, they were able to drop that number. And I think the number today is under 200. And so in the way these Operation Stand Downs work is they have all of the key players, all of you folks that are on the front row, they're in one central location. And twice a year, what they do is they send out public transportation to pick up the homeless folks. And then they bring them into this one centralized facility. They have an optometrist there to give them an eye test. And if they need reading glasses, they give them reading glasses. They have somebody there to talk to them about jobs. They have a mental health counselor there to talk to them about any mental health issues that they're having. They have somebody there in affordable housing. That talks to them about possibly getting them off the street. They even have barbers that show up that donate their time to give free haircuts. They even have a podiatrist that comes in and looks at bunions. And so it's a one-stop and shop. And I really think this is something that the city needs to look at possibly doing maybe once, twice a year. At a minimum, that will help you maybe further identify the people in your group that you know you need to help. And I think it's a great way to help people. Now, it's not going to end homelessness, obviously, but it kind of gives you a start point and lets you know who you're dealing with and what you've got to help them out with. So I think that's something we definitely need to take a look at. Maybe we could do it at the auditorium. That's a big enough facility where you can spread people out, have stations, and do that. So I would just to kind of encourage the city to research that.
And I will add, and with council's blessing, we do have funding coming in when it comes to, let's say, for example, the opioid lawsuit that the state, that will be coming down. We also have probably coronavirus relief fund. We have the other one coming in. If we're able to use that and utilize with our partners and maybe, kind of give this a major jump start, please give the council options. Because if those funds are there, and I believe they will be or are, will be, that's something that the council needs to make that decision as a collective body. And I hope our council members remember our partners when we discuss our partners to help and support. So again, that's all I have. And anybody have anything? We'll send it to the city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I mean, clearly, this is a very complex issue and not something that will be solved just here tonight. But the important thing is we're having a public discussion, we're obtaining input, and that will better help us make decisions. City Council, it will help us better administer those decisions. So what we thought we would do prior to receiving all the comments tonight, you'll see we've taken minutes. If we've missed anything, I know that Ms. Dittmer has been very good about trying to write down the ideas that we've heard from the public so that we can follow up on those and vet those and analyze what may work and bring options back to City Council. But in trying to gather our arms around this, in particular, just to have a starting point, I think there an individual that mentioned, having a plan and being able to create the plan, work the plan, and have something. Not that it can't change, because it will need to be flexible. But that's really where we started as staff, is to get our arms around this very large, complex issue, was to break it down into more manageable areas. And so what you have before you, I think the mayor mentioned these at the beginning, it was in the memorandum provided to you. These are suggested goals. They're very high level, overarching, but things that we thought is a way to help organize some initial strategies that staff had, as well as being able to incorporate the ideas that we've heard tonight, both from council and the public, and then begin to really fill in the blanks as we go forward with what our strategies are going to be, because we're going to have to be able to decide what's working, what isn't, what data is important to collect, what shows progress, or is just numbers for collecting numbers. So I think that as we move forward, we've gotten better over time about collecting data. We've gotten better about utilizing it with our partners. But then we need to maintain it to decide where we're putting our resources, our time, our investment. Are we making a difference? Are we helping to solve the issues surrounding homelessness and a safe city? So these are some suggested goals. They are certainly, it's a living document, but a place to springboard from tonight. And then we thought we would add in just some initial strategies for City Council's consideration. Again, understanding that we'll be adding to this for what I would like to see is really an adoption by council of a plan moving forward. There's certainly a lot of consultants that have gone to many cities around the country and have developed a plan. If you can go back one more. Thanks. But in this circumstance, where we'd like to start is with our community partners, with our business community, and with our residents to establish what is homelessness in Melbourne? How do we help the homeless in Melbourne? How do we help our businesses and residents? And what may work for us may not be working in another city, but we certainly don't have to start from scratch. So in order to prevent, reduce, and mitigate negative impacts, some strategies that we would suggest to start with are to seek grant funding for case managers and certified clinicians to work hand in hand with our police department, and also to develop a public education campaign to direct giving to existing service providers. Now, what we heard this evening as well is there may be an opportunity either under Goal 1 or Goal 2 to also better identify the available resources in one location and be able to better provide that information to residents who may be homeless or may be in danger of becoming homeless, so that they know where to go. 211, a lot of times we'll look at working with larger organizations with larger capacity. And so if a homeless resident in Melbourne is seeking assistance and they call 211, they may not get to some of our more localized partners that we work hand in hand with to assist. So I think that the idea of creating better communication and better resources to provide to everyone can be very helpful. So Goal 2, supporting and building capacity within the city and the community to address homelessness. We have people willing to work on this problem, and the next step is really engaging more individuals. We've heard from Melbourne Main Street that they're willing to engage. We've heard from other individuals, CETA, and more that we haven't. This nice woman from Vero came up, and now that's a resource we didn't know about before. So we'll make sure that we know how to get a hold of you before you leave tonight. And so there's more people willing to help, and there's more expertise out there, and we need to tap into that. And then Goal 3 relates to the discussion that you had regarding the safety of roadways and medians, which would be adopting a safe streets and medians ordinance. And so at this point, what I'd like to do is pause just to allow the city attorney to kind of wrap up that discussion and make sure that we're procedurally in good form moving forward.
Thank you, Shannon. So going back to the draft ordinance that I had put in your packet for consideration, you'll notice that there are a couple of things that I was looking for some input on. And one of them is, not that I think it's necessary, I just didn't know based on the information that you received tonight, is it something that you think would be beneficial to limit to a certain period of time? Is it something that would be warranted during rush hour, but not other periods of time? Or is it warranted only where the roads are more major intersections as opposed to side streets? It's the idea that as you're driving, sometimes the traffic conditions are more intense than others. And do you see this as an issue that needs to be citywide at every road, or something that you want to focus it in on particular time of day or particular types of intersections?
I would, my only concern is it would be very confusing.
Mhm.
I think the whole idea is to overall make safer streets, and to say, well, between 10 or 2, I think at the end of the day, I think there shouldn't be a limit on it. And that's my feeling. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I agree. I think you have to make it standard across the city. And one of the pieces of paper y'all gave us that was in our packet, which you had all of the intersections and all the calls to those intersections. And that would probably be where you need to focus. I'm sure the police chief is all over that. But I would think you would have to make it, throughout the city, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So.
Okay. And then
Ms. Thomas.
For me, it'll be the legality issue. What you think would be able to be held up in the court of law the best if somebody did decide to go and try to take action on that. That to me would be the most important reason. The other thing that, and you're probably going to go there next, is are we going to say that, first time is A, second time B happens, third time C happens, and put a number to that? Or are we going to narrow it down to certain fines, I guess? And if that's even possible for us to do.
Sure, we can have that discussion now. We can implement a level of fines that you want to assess, and we can build in the flexibility that if a judge wants to reduce it to provide another type of relief or something. But I just need to know that feedback from council, what they want to see.
Well, I will say, Ms. Dolly, it is not my goal to have to ticket anyone. I mean, I think the whole idea is we really want our residents to understand and do that. And again, we'll go from there. But I think at the end of the day, if you're going to have an ordinance, I want it, I want the police department to enforce it. There is no reason to put any law or ordinance on the books if you're not going to enforce it. We didn't spend 4.5 hours today to make ourselves feel better. So that's just my opinion. So we could talk about, first time. I hope our officers will use discretion. I have full faith that our officers and our police department will use that discretion. But we could start out at the first fine and second. That's something that my council can decide. Mr. LaRusso?
I would suggest that we allow city attorney and city manager to review that and bring those options back to us.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So that we're not knee jerking specific fines or non-fines or that sort of thing.
So what I'll do is I'll prepare an ordinance that includes some kind of escalated fines based on the number of occurrences. And then if you decide you want to make it the flat discretion of the judge, then we just strike that paragraph.
And maybe if you find any other cities that have done the same
Absolutely.
thing, maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. I'll do that part as well. And the other thing that I'll be building in, just so you all know, is there's going to be exceptions for people that are government employees working in the roadway, things like that. So I'll be building that part in too.
Okay. Anything else?
And if I could just get direction from council, now we do our vote.
We have a consensus?
Consensus, just so I get the thumbs up that that's the direction everybody wants me to go?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
And Vice Mayor?
Yeah, and the other thing I'd really like to see if you could talk to Blaise Tredis again,
Good idea.
because they're doing something with the mental health court and also the veterans court. Is there something that we can do that's similar to those folks that's in between that don't fit in those two categories?
I will.
And let's see what we can find out from him on that. So
Great idea.
Okay, is that anything else, Ms.?
And just for goal 4, we wanted to collaborate amongst the city departments, the not-for-profits, businesses, and residents. Again, we have already established the kind of a stakeholders group meeting, and we appreciate our not-for-profit partners, and I certainly appreciate the assistance in particular the police department has given. They've really borne the brunt of the organization on the city's end. I think they've gotten us to a really good place, and it's just not sustainable to continue to have them serve in that role while they have to be and will be integral in moving forward in all respects. Having to handle that day-to-day coordination of people and activities is probably better suited outside of the department. So they'll still be involved, but that coordination will happen elsewhere. I would envision with this as that individual, that position is established and we better see, you'll start to see, I think, additional items come forth within strategies and some performance measures. So again, this is our first step. And then the goal 5 would be to retain and increase the affordable housing. So a strategy we've identified is to look at the American Rescue Plan funding for additional housing assistance. We've been very creative this past year with the coronavirus relief funds, with the CV3 funds and the CV2 funds and all of the others that have come forward. Some of those are very restrictive. So we've had to work within the parameters that the federal guidelines have given us. And I think we need to continue to be creative in not only what the dollars that come to the city, but also the other buckets, if you will, that are out there, as has been mentioned, because there are a lot of different programs that act will fund, and each one has its own set of guidelines, and we don't even know what all of the guidelines are yet. So as we get that better information, we'll have better plans for you and some decision points on where we think that money can be best spent. Certainly, I think that Cindy mentioned tonight, the mayor mentioned as part of the Affordable Housing Committee, several of our citizens who spoke mentioned additional affordable housing ideas. And so those are certainly things that we can bring back for city council consideration. So these initial strategies are just that, enough to get the ball rolling, to make sure that you're comfortable with this and with the items that we heard this evening that are on the board, and trying to work those into some potential strategies. And as we mentioned, if they don't work, we'll let you know. And I think what's really important is, and as we started with, is, within our website now, and I know it's not accessible to everyone, but again, a start, that we direct people to a specific place that lists what the city is doing with our partners, what resources are available, where we can help direct people to. So if there's an individual that doesn't have access to a phone or to the internet, we know that one of our partners or any citizen or business can pull that up and say, here's some resources, and help us build that capacity within the community. And certainly I hope as we look at the housing supply, there are some larger projects on the horizon, but it may be that the more we educate the public about some of the programs that are available with the wraparound services and supportive services for homeless that are being placed into permanent and temporary housing, that will have perhaps more tenants, or more landlords being willing to open up rental units that can then become additional capacity for housing. So I think we just have to remain open-minded and creative. I've had lots of conversations with the chief, and we will continue to be compassionate, and we will also continue to take action where action is warranted. And so I think that is important. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you. We're happy to answer any questions or any specific direction that you have that we haven't discussed tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Minus, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I just have when we have a follow-up to this, 3 months, 6 months progress report, if you will?
So one of the ideas that we had is, number one, we would put the plan just again for the general public to be able to see where we stand, but also I do put out a weekly update to city council members we can add that to that. That was the city attorney's idea that she came up with the other day. We can certainly add it there. That may be a place where you can always go back and find it, and or else it's certainly at your discretion. We can provide an update once a month. It's really what your level of comfort is, and I would suspect that there's probably initially you're going to want probably more communication, and maybe that spreads out over time as we begin to develop a strategy that seems to be working. But that's really at your discretion. We're happy to do what you'd like.
Okay. I also like to follow up with the Mr. Deratanic that mentioned about the homeless person that's been doing this for 10 years, that has been violent in many ways, including rape and all. And that's why I was asking previously about the sequence of when, a fine this time, a second, but he's been doing this for over 10 years and he's still out. And this is what we're talking about. We are here to help everyone. But for someone who has been out for over 10 years that is still being violent in the neighborhood in Melbourne, that is a problem. And what are we waiting for him to rape someone else before something is actually done, before he's removed from the streets? This needs to be addressed ASAP.
So I will be happy to talk with the police chief about this because I don't have the facts about the case and I certainly don't want to speculate on them. But if there is a criminal act that's being performed, then we can take action and the police department will do that. Sure.
Okay, next, Ms. Thomas.
And you'll be able to answer this also. To me, that's what I heard tonight, and that the calls and the emails that I've received is criminal mischief. It goes back to feeling safe in downtown Melbourne, downtown O'Galley, Babcock Street area. It goes back to feeling safe in those areas. And I feel like we've breached it. We've got a certain windows of time, that we're there, but not necessarily the times that we need to be there, which are early morning, late evening, those more unsafe kind of times. Those are things that I'm hearing. And those are things that I would like to see action taken on. I mean, yes, we can be kind to everybody that deserves to be kind and give help to everybody that needs to help. But if somebody's doing something criminal, there needs to be consequences to that. And that's how I feel.
Yeah, so I'm glad to address that. We have people, as you know, working 24/7. The people that we're talking about in the CRA are 2 officers that are there for those specific timeframes based on operations as far as when the most people are out and about in the community. So that's why they're there during those timeframes. And they're staggered. You have the one on Babcock that starts at 8, the other one that starts at 10, and then they go until 6 o'clock in the evening. So in addition to that, we have our CRT unit that's there to support patrol as well. And they also respond to calls. They're actually dedicated there on Friday evenings for that specific reason. So I don't want to give the impression that, there's not people out there. We got a lot of people that are out there that are dedicated to those areas.
I am not at all saying that. Our officers do a terrific, wonderful job. I think that you guys are out there doing what you need to be doing and what you can be doing. I'm just saying that I think maybe we can start listening and hearing that still in these areas, people are not feeling safe. And that is what we're hearing. So maybe we need to expand those hours or lengthen those hours on each end.
Sure. I think that it's a resource issue. And I think the other thing about to Councilmember Minus to address this individual that's out here, his criminal history is his criminal history. What we address is the behavior. So if we have somebody that's sleeping on the street, they're out. The law enforcement is one piece of the criminal justice system. If they go through and they've served their time and they've come out, then they're in the community. And so we have to address those. Somebody's doing, again, we go back to behavior. If they're doing something that's criminal, they're going to get locked up. They're going to get arrested. And we absolutely have no problem with that. The challenge is, you're right, we do have a number of complaints from the community that don't feel safe for a number of reasons that we talked about, because of the presence and because they're in a lot of different areas. We talk about the parks or around the schools or near the businesses. We're proactive in those measures. That's why we've been out there going through in the middle of the night up into the early morning hours since November. I think the number was 1,700 different contacts that we've made with people during that time frame. So we certainly will continue to do that and come up with other ways to be able to address those specific issues with this individual. We do know who he is. We have had contact with him. We've had conversations with him, and we have moved him along. We have arrested him in the past. And so, that's something that we'll continue to work with Mr. Deritani on. I spoke with him personally after I got the letter. That was the first I had heard of his issues. And so immediately, I called people directly, and we were able to remedy some of that for now, but it's temporary. We got to keep that push going.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. LaRusso, go ahead.
I just want to go back to the basics where we started from, and I'm not asking it. Chief, sit down, relax, have a good night. What I want to ask is our city manager is that, are you going to push the button for this liaison tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I've already asked the Human Resources Department to go through and look at appropriate job descriptions, classification.
And that's exactly where I was going.
So we have done the prep work, and I'll have to look for where I'm going to pull that funding from, at least to reallocate some things within my department's budget to be able to do that. I think it's important that the position be housed in the city manager's office, and it's going to be a direct arm. We know that all of us can't be in the same place at once, but I want to have a direct contact with that position because I know how important it is to the community and to council. And so, we're gonna try to find the right person for that as well. And if we run into any impediments, then we'll take a look at the job description and what we've put in there to see if that needs to be tweaked. But we're prepared.
Well, where I was going to was exactly where you just went, is that based on this evening's conversation, prior to coming in here this evening, I had one job description in my mind for the liaison, but now I have a few other points of the job description. And I don't know if it's appropriate or not, whether to share those job descriptions with council and then decide, we can help with that based on the conversation we've had. I would want part of that to be a quarterly meeting with our partners, but I leave that to you. I think you understand where we're coming from, and I really want to nail it. And I just don't want it to be, I don't think it would be, but this is a big step for our city. I also want to add that, and I know that you'll do a good job on that, but I also want to add is that we have 15 other municipalities, Mayor, and I would love for you to reach out to each one of those mayors, and I'll do the same thing with each one of the council members and call them and the county and ask them to join in our process and help us with this challenge, because it's not a Melbourne problem, it's a Brevard problem. And I would really love for all of us to wrap our arms around that and really reach out to everybody that we know. Florida League of Cities, Space Coast League of Cities.
Space Coast League of Cities.
But you're the president of all of them. So what do I?
You know somebody there? Okay.
So that's the only thing I'm asking is I really want to, if we're going to partner, let's partner across the board, because there's going to be so many different ideas, so many great opportunities for us to solve challenges and bring it to the table.
Okay, we'll wrap up, Ms. Minus.
Okay, I just want to piggyback that for the Space Coast League of Cities. We do have a delegate here, and I'm a past president, but I would like to ask our mayor. We have a meeting coming up next Monday night, and I would ask the president, who's a West Melbourne City Council member, if you would be able to speak, if you would like.
you.